Flag, United States. Welcome, everyone. I'd like to just keep in mind, this is, I believe, our first meeting of the governing body now in February, which is Black History Month. So let's just keep in mind of everything that's going on in our communities, in our nation, in the world. And I'd like to recite the prayer of St. Francis. Lord, make me an instrument of your peace. Where there is hatred, let me sow love. Where there is injury, pardon. Where there is doubt, faith. Where there is despair, hope. Where there is darkness, light. And where there is sadness, joy. O Divine Master, grant that I may not so much seek to be consoled as to console, to be understood as to understand, to be loved as to love. For it is in giving that we received, it is in pardoning that we are pardoned, and it is in dying that we are born to eternal life. Thank you.
Are there any remembrances? Any of the colleagues on the dais? Councilor Castro.
I would just mention that today we did name Joe Dudziak Day before this meeting, and we'd like to remember him and all the great work that he did.
Anybody else? Let's just take a moment to think of those that we've lost and those in our community that need our support. Thank you, everybody. Madam City Clerk, can we get a roll call, please?
Certainly, Mayor. Councillor Barrett.
Here.
Councillor Bustamante.
Here.
Councillor Cassett.
Here.
Councillor Castro.
Sente.
Councillor Chavez.
Here.
Councillor Faulkner.
Here.
Councillor Fagali.
Here.
Councillor Garcia.
Here.
Mayor Garcia.
Present.
Mayor, you have a quorum.
Thank you. Up next is approval of tonight's agenda. Are there any changes from staff?
No changes from staff, Mayor.
Move to approve.
Okay.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any discussion? Seeing or hearing none. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Next up is approval of tonight's consent agenda. I did not see anything was pulled. Was there anything pulled at the last moment?
No, Mayor, no items have been removed from the consent agenda.
Move to approve. Second.
Okay, we've got a motion and a second. Any discussion? Seeing, hearing none. Madam City Clerk, can we get a roll call vote, please?
Certainly, Mayor. Councillor Barrett.
Yes.
Councillor Bustamante.
Yes.
Councillor Cassett.
Yes.
Councillor Castro.
Yes.
Councillor Chavez.
Yes.
Councillor Faulkner.
Yes.
Councillor Fagali.
Yes.
Councillor Garcia.
Yes.
Motion passed.
Thank you. Next up is presentations. Madam City Clerk, can you read the first item into the record, please?
Yes, Mayor. First item is 8A. This is the Age-Friendly Action Plan. And presenting is Andrew West, and I believe he is going to be coming in virtual, so let me check to see if he's here. Mr. West, are you able to hear us?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Are you going to present a PowerPoint presentation?
Yes, I will need ability
Okay,
to share my
I will
screen.
promote you to panelist, sir.
Thank you.
It's all yours.
Thank you. Is it time for me to go?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you very much. Well, thank you, Mayor, and thank you, councilors. I am here today to present to you the Age-Friendly Santa Fe Action Plan. This plan is an initial roadmap to help the city improve the quality of life for people of all ages in Santa Fe, especially older adults. This Age-Friendly Action Plan is a timely tool for Santa Fe to create positive solutions for population aging. As your age-friendly resolution discussed, The older adult population is growing worldwide. Here in Santa Fe specifically, the percentage of the population of older adults is higher than in both the older adult population in the state of New Mexico and the United States at large. But population aging is not just about the growing number of older adults today. Population aging also means that younger generations are expected to live longer than current older adult generations today. This means that cities must learn to adapt and grow their services, not just for the changing needs of older adults today, but for future cohorts of older adults to come. This plan is rooted in lifespan approaches to aging that encourage us to recognize that aging is not just a simple life stage, but rather a lifelong process, and that those conditions that shape how a person is able to age well are created over decades before older adulthood. To help communities adapt to population aging, the World Health Organization created the Age-Friendly Framework. This framework encourages communities to improve the quality of life for people of all ages, especially older adults. AARP is the U.S. delegate for the age-friendly movement here in the United States, and through their network of age-friendly communities, AARP really, through the domains of livability, give us ways to evaluate how well our community serves older adults and how we could improve our services there. And so this plan is part of the City of Santa Fe's engagement in that age-friendly network. And this action plan is actually going to be the final stage of that, to then be implemented into the network more officially with official designation as an age-friendly city. So in order to gauge how well Santa Fe does along these 8 domains of livability from AARP, we grounded this action plan in an extensive needs assessment that was really grounded in community voices. So specifically, we had over 550 survey responses, and we engaged over 250 unique community residents through our listening sessions, workshops, and community engagements, particularly community forums that we did after the initial needs assessment, where we presented survey findings and initial goals and strategies for the community to give more input on. Generally, through the survey and our community engagement, we found that residents found Santa Fe to be a good place to age, and that it was a community that people really wanted to stay connected in and live independently, and at the same time be connected to the community. However, some of the greatest, what I like to call areas of opportunity or gaps in service through the AARP needs assessment protocol, we found that there were concerns around accessible transportation, affordable and accessible housing, and a lot of concerns around just the inability to find good, clear information about the resources that are available to community members. So some of the things that make this plan a little different is that we created through our advisory committee and through looking at what we learned in our needs assessment, we looked at all the great things that Santa Fe has for older adults and things that it could do better on. And what we found is there actually is a lot of great things that the city of Santa Fe is doing. There's just not a great awareness at the community level about what is happening, particularly in regard to issues around transportation and housing. So one of the strategies or the overall principles that we embedded in this plan is how do we use this plan as a way to help leverage what the city is already doing and connect community members in a better way to things that city council, things that, for example, the Santa Fe Forward, the general plan, or workings from the NPO plan, for example. How do we engage residents more with that? And the other thing is we took on all ages lifespan approach to how we looked at some of these strategies and actions. But we took the current needs of older adults today as sort of like the entry point. The other thing that we leverage in this plan is getting the city to think of senior services more as a strategic partner to engage older adults now and other age groups in the future, as opposed to just thinking of it as a point of service for older adults. Another thing that's really important about the way the plan was laid out, we really wanted this plan to be adaptable. So if you see a lot of the strategies and actions we have in there are about a lot of community engagement to continue that community engagement specifically. And so then as the initiative engages more community, if you find that some of these goals or some of these strategies need to adapt or change, the plan is kind of designed to adapt and change in the moment and pivot per recommendations from community members. So within looking at the 8 domains of livability from AARP and looking at the priorities from this needs assessment, this action plan provided 6 priority focus areas. And in these focus areas, we created a goal for each area and then cross-cutting strategies and actions to satisfy these. What is really important about looking at these focus areas, and this comes from the way that AARP has us look about those 8 domains of livability, is that these focus areas really interconnect. So for example, you can't just solve for transportation. When you solve for needs in transportation, you're also solving for needs around communication, information, and then access to health resources. Specifically, if you look at some of the strategies and actions in Appendix A of the plan, you will see that some of the strategies specifically for transportation are to engage community members more fully in what the city is already doing with transportation, to then raise that awareness, increase that information for community members about what the city is doing in these areas. So it's interesting, it's important that we look at these focus areas as interdependent and interconnected. So the plan is specifically organized along those priority focus areas that each have a goal, and there are cross-cutting strategies for each goal area. And you can even think of the actions as cross-cutting as well, where 2 or 3 of the actions within, let's say, the goal of transportation can satisfy all of the strategies that are laid out in that plan there. So the most important things to think about is once this plan is approved and adopted is what should happen first. And this plan posits that what really should happen is just better coordination within city departments and community partners around the age-friendly initiative. So really, how do you create a good information campaign around that? And I always like to think of it a really simple way is how do we get our community partners, how do we get more city departments to start using terms like age-friendly, ability-friendly, or even lifespan approaches in the work that they're already doing? It's also really important to, I think, engage the community members in some of those areas where we had the best engagement, specifically through the City of Santa Fe library systems and some of the senior centers. We found that the City of Santa Fe Library Network was a phenomenal place to connect with residents and community members, and they felt a really great sense of belonging there. And so we really encourage this initiative to engage the libraries as a kind of access point for the community. And through along these ways, always thinking about, particularly in the first 2 years of this plan, how do we use these strategies and actions to improve access to good, clear information for residents and community members? When it comes to how the plan is going to be sustained, I like to think of it as accountability and flexibility. So the plan within the initial cross-cutting strategies within the plan asks that City Council start an advisory council or some type of task force that then helps to be the liaison between the Department of Community Services, the Division of Senior Services, and City Council and the Mayor's office to then coordinate the track of those actions and strategies. And if you look in Appendix A, you can see how the responsibility of specific actions are kind of shared between these 3 entities of this proposed advisory group or task force, the Department of Community Services, and the Division of Senior Services. And then progress is monitored through how those actions are tracked. And a lot of that traction is through meetings attended and community partners that are engaged. The last thing I want to think about with the flexibility is thinking how this action plan is more of a starting point, not really a fixed endpoint in this process, and then how it really should evolve and grow as we engage the community more and adapt to the needs. So specifically in today's presentation, I'm asking you to review this age-friendly Santa Fe action plan and really look at this lifespan and age-friendly framework as a way of shaping all the different things that the city of Santa Fe is already doing. Just specifically, I'm asking you to consider the age-friendly action plan resolution adopting this action plan. And maybe in today's presentation, give some feedback or critiques you have of the plan as drafted today. And also ask for a letter of approval and support both from the mayor and from city council. These two letters will be needed to add to the action plan to submit to AARP for age-friendly designation. And then the last thing I would say is thinking about creating or forming that age-friendly advisory committee or a task force. And it concludes my presentation. Any questions or comments? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. West. Any questions or comments from the governing body? Councilor Castro.
I do. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mayor. I just have a couple questions around methodology because I heard the comment, we have a lot of services, and I agree. I think we do have a lot of services, but sometimes we have trouble staffing and we have some low access to some of these services. And so I would like to sort of think about what is the best methodology we can use to improve our services and get the best information.
Yeah. So I think going off of what we learned from talking, particularly to talking to our community leaders and engaging what we would call the more active residents of Santa Fe who have, as we learned in our listening sessions, kind of have the pulse of what the city is doing. I think one of the best ways is to spread the word on how the city actually looks for community input on things that the city is doing around specifically transportation and housing. So for example, that amazing campaign around Santa Fe Forward, how do we use age-friendly initiative as a way to engage the senior centers more specifically and really engage the libraries as a wonderful facility to promote the general plan and through that build almost like a coalition of information and community partners there. Because then your community residents are actually getting the ear of the decision makers that actually have the line to consider the funding and how these things actually roll out. I think that's a really good first step.
Thank you. And Mayor, are we able to ask any questions of our staff?
I believe so. There's nothing that
Director,
prohibited.
if you would like to take the mic, is there anything that we can do to help support senior services and get some of this information out there from our dais with our platforms?
Mayor, Councilor Castro, at this point, it's the plan. Once we adopt the plan, then we can start working forward to work to get a task force or like I suggested to move forward with the planning.
And in the interim, while we don't have that task force, potentially we could get information from residents and pass it along to you. Is that the best means of communication?
At this point, yes, passing it forward to me and then we'll disseminate it and gather it all together.
Perfect. Thank you so much. I appreciate all the work you do. Thank you. No further questions.
Any other comments? Councilor Chavez.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, so I want to thank Andrew and his work, and I want to also recognize Maria Tucker Sanchez. She was the one that really moved all of this work forward. And I want to clarify a few things. Age-friendly typically is looking at through a senior lens and senior services, but as we look at Santa Fe, the need is much more than that. Like, we have a lot of accessibility issues. We want to think of age-friendly of all ages, right? So as we looked at Santa Fe and we heard feedback from the community, we realized like it's not just going to be a target population of seniors, but we really want to make this plan age-friendly for all ages. And I think as, I've been in my seat for a little over 4 years now, and I think we hear that, right? We want Santa Fe to be accessible for youth. We want Santa Fe to be accessible for the diverse community that we serve. And so this plan will really help departments look through a lens as they're doing their work and making sure that we really commit to the fact that we're going to progress forwardly with making sure accessibility is for all. And I think that's what we want to do. I think that, I want to just introduce, I know Councilor Barrett and Councilor Fagali have been really supportive in co-sponsoring this. This will come forward for a vote and approval so that we could initiate that work and we could start really functioning as a city that uses the lens of age friendliness. The task force is the first step that will, if approved, if this moves forward, that'll be the first thing we work with. And we want that task force to work with things we already have established, committees we have established. Mayor's Disability Committee would provide great insight to providing us with how do we improve in regards to accessibility, in regards to ADA compliance. So we have a great foundation, which I think Andrew kind of hit on already. I'm really excited about this work. I know that there's been a lot of effort that has gone into just serving and meeting community members and hearing their voice. And I'm really excited. So I want to just thank you, Andrew. I appreciate all your work. I appreciate your collaboration.
Thank you, Councilor Chavez. Can I have just two quick comments to follow up with some things that were said? One thing that the plan addresses, I did address in this presentation, is the science behind age-friendly design is when you program, to exactly what Councilor Chavez says, when you program for older adult needs, you are de facto automatically programming for people with different abilities and accessibility issues for people of all ages. I think that is the magic, and that is the proven formula of the age-friendly work as seen through the 8 domains of livability with AARP. So to your point, Councilor Chavez, when you program for the older adult, you are programming for all. And that's the beauty of it. You just use the older adult experience as that entry point. And to the other point that was mentioned about what could happen in the meantime while this task force is being created, if you look at some of the strategies that Senior Services has been tasked with in the action plan, are small and actionable, though, that could really engage community members immediately. Specifically, and this is something that is done worldwide, is creating a nice solid, there's already an age-friendly website that exists at the city level, but making that an access point of reference to send residents to go and maybe send a comment or to promote what is happening building the task force, for example. So there are already things in the plan that can be worked on while that task force is being created.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions from council? Seeing none. Thank you, Mr. West, for the presentation. Thank you, Mr. Sanchez.
Thank you.
Next item on the agenda, Madam City Clerk.
The next item is 8B, Physical and Mental Wellbeing Pilot Program, 1-year extension evaluation for the FY26 midpoint, including alternative recommendations for 2 new rules under Rule 13, leave of the City of Santa Fe personnel rules, regulations, and policies. And here to present is the Benefits and Wellness Manager, Alvin Valdez.
Mr. Mayor, councilors, thanks for having me today. We'll present on the midpoint FY26 1-year extension data for the physical and mental well-being, like it was said. So just a little history here is back in July 1, 2023, we put into effect two new rules under Rule 13. We gave employees a wellness day under Rule 13.91, and then we gave employees up to 2 hours of weekly physical and mental fitness leave under 13.92. At the end of last year, we granted a 1-year extension, which was July 1, 2025, to gather more robust data. And so real quick, the 1-day wellness leave, to be eligible for this leave, you have to be a full-time, part-time, exempt, or term employee after post-probation. It's a use it or lose it item where you would need to use it by December 31st of the calendar year. And this is non-compensatable under separation. So if you separate, you do lose the day. As for the 2-hour weekly leave, this is where we required employees to do a mandatory survey so that we could get this data. All employees had to be full-time, exempt, or term to use it. The purpose of the leave is for physical and mental wellness activities. In order to get it, it has to be approved all the way from a immediate supervisor to the city manager, and you have to request it via a schedule request. The way you can use it, you can either do 4 3-hour segments during the lunch hour, or you can do 2 1-hour blocks either in the morning or the afternoon. So how did we try to measure the effectiveness? We got some qualitative and quantifiable information. We tracked employees' participation and frequency of the leave. We also took a look at the overall claims, sick leave, and total leave cost. For the qualitative items, we took a survey where we assessed employee satisfaction, morale, work-life balance, and overall well-being impact. And then we tried to track how that time was being used both in the physical side and the mental side. So what kind of quantifiable information do we have? So as of the midpoint FY26, that was ending December 31st of 2025, we had 352 employees enrolled. Out of those 352 employees, 351 employees utilized it. They utilized it for the amount of 9,000 times, give or take. And then on average, that showed us that each employee used 25.5 hours, which perfectly coincides with our 13 pay periods of 2 hours of allowed leave. That means that we had a utilization of 99.7% out of those employees. The fitness leave total cost came out to $288,000, more or less. So qualitative, we took a retention survey, whether employees would stay with the city of Santa Fe, stay employed if we kept this program. 318 employees said yes, 25 said no. The overall usage of it showed that 67% of our employees use it for physical activity and 33% use it for mental well-being. In reference to morale, we saw 94% said it improved their morale, and those there was 6% who said they saw no change. How did they see that reduction? Was in stress. So some were significantly reduced, some had some reduction, and some saw no reduction in stress. Some of the themes we heard about this program was it created less stress and anxiety was the main one. Some people, when they came back from their leave, had better focus and clarity, improved mood. Some people saw better sleep, more energy overall. We saw weight change in 17 employees and then less pain in 14 of our employees. How were these activities used across the board? We saw that 98 of the employees used it for walking and hiking. Majority used it for gym and strength, running or cardio. We had a middle group there who used it for therapy, counseling, meditation or mindfulness activities, yoga, stretching, mobility. We only had 10 employees who said they used it for rest or recovery, 6 for swimming, and then we had a small group who used it for sports and recreation. So the summary of all of those, or our key takeaways, are that 344 responses, that's how many people responded out of the 352, that 93.6 reported an improvement in morale. 92.7 said that the program increased their desire to stay employed. And then 76.71% reported a notable positive physical health changes. All right, so let's talk about the sick leave usage. So we're going to look at those who participate and those who do not. So we have data that was collected out of the 352 employees that do participate in our wellness leave had about 26,000 hours of sick leave used. So the sick leave paid there was about 868,000. It was an average of 74 hours over the total midpoint, 6 months, or 12.34 hours per month. The sick leave plus wellness leave came out to $1.15 million. On the other side of it, non-participants, which is about 1,048 employees at the time of this survey or data analysis, showed that the city used about 50,000 hours of sick leave, which came out to 1.5 million. And the average was about 47 hours over the whole 6 months, or 8 hours per month per employee. I think it's important to recognize here that sick leave isn't just an employee being sick. We have a lot of employees who have young children or have multiple school-age children who use that sick leave to take their children to those appointments, and that it falls within this data, okay? So medical claims, as of FY 26, we're going to do a quick history look. In FY 24, this is only medical, not dental, not vision, none of our life insurance, straight up medical claims. We had in FY 24, the overall year was 19.3 million. In FY 25, it increased to 20.8 million. And then at the midpoint this year, it was 9.25. If this trend continues, we could estimate that our claims will drop down to 18.5 or 1.5 million less than FY 25. This also important to note here, the caveat is that dependents do fall on these plans and are included in this data. So I know that last time we appeared in front of the council last year, there was some concerns. One of the concerns was equity, right? Non-traditional workers who can't make use of this time. So some of those employees are night shift employees, weekend employees, or field-based employees, like bus drivers, ESD truck drivers, heavy equipment operators. What I think we were looking at was, this isn't a policy flaw, it's an implementation challenge. We can implement it for these employees. We just have to be adaptable and find a way to use it. So I believe that we can routinely manage this if we are flexible and we adapt for those employees specifically. I think that removing the wellness leave would take away one of the few recovery tools we give to our employees. We don't have many of them, but this is one of the best ones that you offer the employees. And then finally, if we establish this as a policy, we're showing a commitment to our employee well-being, right? Regardless of what that usage pattern is. And if you look at all of our benefits, you'll see that we don't all identically use our benefits the same way. So equity doesn't require identical usage. And so if we can adapt it and not eliminate this, I think we can hit those non-traditional shifts. Maybe we can do it before or after, maybe use alternative time usages. Of course, this is at your level and you decide this. I think it could be something similar to like vacation or sick leave scheduling, but for the wellness part of it, for the physical. So I think we can make it inclusive. I think it's equitable. We can make it equitable, and we can still morally support and retain all of our, the sustainability of our workforce. So what are the recommendations for the governing board? There's two of them, right? Where we either allow the program to expire or we make it permanent in the city of Santa Fe policies. So to discontinue it, to allow it to sunset, there's reasons for it. There's the finding that this leave doesn't demonstrate measurable reductions in sick leave usage, right? Because we saw participating employees who utilize our wellness leave still use their sick leave. All right. So it results in a higher total leave usage and cost. But so based on the available data, it didn't really demonstrate fiscal responsibility or offset the costs. The other one is to maintain and turn in our physical and mental well-being leave as a permanent policy. First and foremost, because healthier employees gives you better performance. It promotes a more fit mind. It mitigates burnout. It enhances focus, and of course, overall productivity. It did reduce the health care cost, and we saw a slight decrease in the medical claims. So it's showing that preventative self-care is lowering our healthcare expenses. If it's not a lot, but a little. And then it boosts morale. Everyone we talk to, they love this leave. The ones who utilize it can't speak highly enough about it. And so I think sometimes health is expensive, and but it's retaining our employees, and we're getting good engagement in the program. So I will now allow you to ask questions if you have any.
Thank you, Mr. Valdez. Any questions or comments from governing body, Counselor Kessett, then Counselor Faulkner, then I'll go this way.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you so much, Alvin, for being here. I will say right off the bat that I think we should continue this. And I do want us, so a couple questions about some of the data and maybe some cautionary moments about the data. When you were taking a look at sick leave, as you mentioned, you're not able, it does include leave that people are taking for dependents. Is it possible to pull that out at all and to see what is for them as an individual and what is looking at dependents?
Mr. Mayor, Counselor Kessett, I don't know if that's possible. It would probably be a question for Blue Cross Blue Shield because they would actually have to take the individual claims, find out who used those claims, and then we would have to match it against our actual sick leave balances.
And Mayor, if I could just add, sick leave, so people don't have to explain why they're taking sick leave. That's written into law, so we wouldn't have the details of why they're taking sick leave. So that would be data that would be pretty impossible to obtain.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I mean, what I'm thinking about here is, when we're looking at the sick leave, not what we would have expected of this program, but also, correlation is not causation. So a good thing to think about. But when I'm curious about the individuals that may be more likely to take advantage of this program, I would imagine people with a lot of dependents would do so because your time after work isn't necessarily your time. And so how you build that in. And if we're talking about, people with kids in terms of them, again, what is the base profile before this program, would actually be kind of more of my question. What did the sick leave, and we can't do this, but what would, how much sick leave utilized by these individuals prior to the program and then compared against themselves? Because I know, as somebody who lives with 3 young children, that the amount of germs that come into my house and are sneezed onto my face is probably more than individuals that do not have young children living with them, I would hope. So I think that that's something, as we're looking at the impact on sick leave, that I am less inclined based on the data that we're able to get to feel like this wasn't successful because we don't know if it potentially was for these individuals, whether or not they had it. Regardless, I think the impact on morale is, an immeasurable benefit that we really need to be looking at. And I know that you did talk about at the end, productivity. Did we have any measures around productivity? Because that is important to look at as well if possible.
So, Mr. Mayor and Counselor Kessett, we didn't actually have a way to measure that. So what we did was we kind of just asked around. And so we spoke to many of the individuals using it. We talked to them about their time when they left to use their leave and how they came back. And we had many people tell us how they feel like they have energy afterwards and they can deal with all those problems that they felt that they had earlier in the day, that they no longer had those problems and that all of those things were solvable. And it wasn't just one employee, it was multiple employees who said that. Can we actually look at their work prior to what it was and then to what it is now as in productivity? I don't know if I could.
Yeah, it's challenging. I mean, especially because we haven't done performance evaluations as a city. We haven't had, really been looking at goals across the board for departments. So didn't think there was a way to exactly measure this, but the qualitative data I think is really beneficial. I mean, the reason that I ask these things is I think that, again, the sick leave data, it's like, ooh, but we were hoping that this would have been a little bit of a different, we would have hoped this would have improved sick leave data. But again, I'm more curious about this individual group as opposed to compared to their colleagues, because we don't know what that differentiation was before, and there's no way for us to get that baseline data. But I don't think that it can be understated, just the ability for individuals to take that time to take care of themselves. We know that there is plenty of research from the broader research portfolios, that's not the word I'm looking for, but just like the magnitude around, public health and preventative health that would state that this should have a positive impact in those areas. So those are my only real comments and questions. I know that as we continue to look at this, how much of your time and energy is worth doing really intensive evaluations. I think it is something to continue to look at. But I am, really, really grateful to you and, of course, Counselor Chavez, who spearheaded this thing back in 23, that you have been able to take a look at how to make this work. I am curious to hear about, some of the implementation options that will come forward. And I know that's going to take a lot of creative thinking, and I appreciate the time and energy you'll put to it. So thank you.
Well, thank you.
Thank you, Mayor.
Mr. Mayor, I just want to clarify, I do think this program was successful. If my presentation came across as unsuccessful, I did not mean that.
No, I want to clarify. I did not think that it came across as unsuccessful. It's more just, for anybody listening, I always put, caution on some of, data that doesn't look the way we think it might, because of what we have access to. And again, that conversation around, correlation versus causation. There's a ton of other factors that could come into play. And we do put down some numbers here of the cost of this program. For me, it's about really, how do we take a look at this on the whole and understanding that, we didn't have a robust, Harvard School of Public Health study longitudinal over 60 years that we're able to do. But if we actually look at their research, it would very much support what is going on here. So you did not make it seem like it was not successful, but thank you.
All right, thank you.
Faulkner.
There's an old saying, happy wife, happy life. In organizations, it's happy staff, happy organization. And it is like organizational development and leadership 101. So if leadership in an organization sends a message to the staff of an organization that we care enough about you, that we're going to make decisions that make your work life better and help you in your personal life, that makes staff feel like we care about them, and it's proof that we do. And so I will support this program all day, every day. And I do feel like to me, it seems like a pretty big win. It was a pilot project, and it's yielding already some positive feedback. And I think like the more we invest in it, the bigger it will get and the more employees will start participating. I do think that at times staff doesn't trust leadership of an organization. And so when you're trying to do a program like this, all staff may not feel like they might feel like it's a sham a little bit, right? And so we need time to build trust with our staff that this is actually something we're genuinely doing for the staff of the city. And so you have my full support, and I commend you. I really respect you, and I think you're doing an awesome job.
Thank you, ma'am.
Counselor Castro.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Director. I agree. I just want to remind the community and this body that one of our priorities when we did have our study session was to be a good employer and to invest in our staff. I've heard conversations from this dais and from this leadership that we want the city of Santa Fe to be a good employer and a place for people to want to work. I think this is a big part of that. So if any previous bodies or we have given you any hesitation that we want to invest in this program, I want to alleviate that stress. I think we all want to invest in these resources for our staff. The other question is, do we have the patience to let it evolve, right? It takes time for us to build ourselves, to understand the resources that we have, to use the facilities that we don't always have staffed as a body. We need to do better in hiring. This is going to be a big part of that. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Mr. Chavez.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Elvin. And I will be moving forward and making this a permanent program. So a few things. I think that the numbers that you provided are super great and exciting for me because I want to know that our city employees are safe. When I look at the sick leave data, though, it's really hard for us to measure the impact or the relevance of that if we're not looking at productivity. And there are staff members that may have had an increase of productivity that still take an excess amount of sick leave. Are they still getting the job done? Probably. And that's what matters, right? So in order to get like a true picture of the success of this is to see and evaluate productivity. And I think as a city, we're going to get there because we're talking about those things. But we know that if our employees feel taken care of, we're going to have that increase. I will say that one of the reasons why I want to make this permanent is the fact that I think because it was a pilot, a lot of, and this is for our city manager, a lot of leadership took it upon themselves to make it a choice for the people that they led. I know that I have, taken on some questions, filtered some questions that were like, oh, so this isn't for this department. It's not for this department. And that was the message that was given to them. So I don't even think we have a problem with inequity. I think we have a problem with, this is a mandatory offering that we're providing city staff. This is a program that I pulled from the state of New Mexico. The state of New Mexico offers this to their employees. They also, upon the end of the probationary period, give them all of the documents to apply for it, right? So every single employee that ends their probationary period receives an email from their supervisor that gives them the sick leave or wellness leave documentation to submit to HR. So with that is like procedures that we're going to have to put in place so that accessibility is for everybody. And it's just like, as soon as somebody hits their probationary time or end of their time, they receive the document, they apply straight to HR, and their supervisor is not a filter. I feel like sometimes the leadership, and I'm not saying leadership is meaning to, that can be intimidating and kind of submitting this. And so I think it really needs to we need to clarify the process. And I think if it becomes permanent, we'll have more room to do that. And that's what I recommend, city manager, is that we just have a directive that if an employee has completed their probationary period that next day, and this is what the state does, they receive a package that includes everything that comes with them ending that probationary period. That should include the documentation to apply for this leave. And I think we will see numbers increase significantly. But as a pilot, that was the big hiccup. I feel like some of our leadership took it upon themselves to create barriers for our employees to access that, which is disappointing. But we're in a place right now that says we have a small sample and it's working. So we're going to make it permanent, which is what I plan to do. So thank you for the data. Thank you for doing all this with me. I appreciate it.
Very much.
Counselor Fagali.
Thank you, Mayor. Alvin, thank you. As an employee, when I was working here full-time, I took advantage of this program. I loved it. It was one of the most helpful benefits. The city has great benefits all around, but this program really made a difference in my weekly life. And I'm glad that the other counselors seem to recognize that as well. I just want to point out that sick leave can also be used for preventative things. And so I'm curious, it seems like these numbers just take into account hours of sick leave and not necessarily like medical costs. And so I think there might be some savings on that as well. Just wanted to point that out. Thank you.
Any other comments from governing body members? Yep, Counselor Garcia, sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Alvin, for the presentation. And, initially I definitely was one that had many concerns about this. First off, for equity, because at times, let's just say I talked to some individuals who are in the program and they love it. They want to be here because of it. And I have talked to other employees where the equity was like, well, I can't take advantage of this. I guess my question is in regards to the 1,048 employees who are non-participants, what were the biggest reasons why they don't participate in this?
Mr. Mayor and Councilor Garcia, I don't think I have the answer for that. I mean, there's a few things that we can look at, right? Like there are the individuals who choose not to take it, plain and simple. I have the ability to take it, but I don't use it. And I'm the wellness guy, right? So that tells you something there. And then you also have the people that their bosses, like she said, don't allow them to take it, right? Like due to business operations. And that's a majority of those departments. Maybe that's something that you would speak to or the city manager could take care of at that executive level. That's a majority of them. And then you also have to realize that we have people from Swama and a few of those other far off locations that really don't have access to a gym in the area. So they don't really bother taking it. But like Counselor Chavez said, I believe if we start offering it to everybody and we put a point where like your manager, as long as you do have business operations and it's allowable, we'll have a lot more people jump onto this. Just in the last, since this January 1, we've seen an increase of like 150 in our rec center benefit. Now that we've been pushing it, letting them know like, hey, the city's here for you. We offer this for you. It's something that we don't deduct from your paychecks. This is something that you can go to a gym free, and we see that. Now those same group of individuals are asking, hey, well, how do I now get on this wellness leave so that I can utilize that extra half hour to go to the gym? So they're there. I think it's awareness. We have to make them aware, number one. Number two, we have to make sure that directors or managers allow them to use that time.
Thank you. And I think that's also one of the concerns that I've had when I've talked to some, let's just say a manager, and that manager may have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 employees, and they have a quota to meet. They have X, Y, and Z things to do. And so it has to get done. Let's just say, for example, in the mechanic shop. And so they have to have those police units done and fixed and being, put out there and yet is that going to increase them or their ability to hire more people? Because, they're taking advantage of this. And so, going back to productivity, and I think one of the biggest things that we get a lot of times from our constituency is when they call, they don't get anybody. Nobody there to answer the phone. It goes off to a voicemail and then it gets back and then they're backlogged. And so, there are a lot of concerns from my perspective. I'm a fan of it for the 352 employees and almost 99% of them are satisfied with it. But those have been my concerns overall. And how do we, because there is a cost to it. And there are also opportunity or underlying costs that we really don't understand or know or can't get that data for. And so I believe that on a feel-good side, yes, this is amazing. On the other side where we have to really pencil it down and say, okay, this is how much it costs us, but then this is how much it also reduces our productivity and our availability to our community that's why we're here, that's why we're employed. And so, kind of playing the devil's advocate here a little bit because, how do we get the job done? I come from a private business side of things and I want happy employees just as well, but I also need them there to produce or else my business doesn't earn to make their salary. And so I think there's a really fine balance that we really need to be looking at there. And so, as Counselor Chavez says, she will be bringing this forward. I will also be working hopefully with her to say, how do we make it work? And if it doesn't seem like it will work for everyone, then should we really have it? And those are my comments.
Counselor Faulkner.
One thing that's becoming like a new practice in organizations is that you incentivize deliverables. So instead of counting hours that your employees work, you say to your employees, you know what, if you get this deliverable done, then that's what we needed from you. I'm a consultant, and so I get paid $1. I get paid what I get paid, whether I work 20 hours a week, 40, 80, 90, or 1, because I just delivered on what I needed to deliver on. And so this is for a bigger discussion later, but there is a shift that they're finding like more employees do better if we look at their performance, not from like you were here for 8 hours, but from like, okay, in an hour you got that deliverable done, so then go take this hour and the approach of looking at deliverables rather than hours actually incentivizes a lot of employees to get the deliverables done as fast as they can, because then you can build in rewards for getting deliverables done that then incentivize employees to be like, I would rather get deliverables done because then I get this reward. And so like the hourly rate, although appropriate in some spaces, in other spaces, we might benefit from rewarding deliverables rather than doing like, I was here for 8 hours, right? 8 hours, I don't know if you have to fill 8 hours, you're going to fill it with all sorts of things. But if you get rewarded for deliverables, that's a whole new kind of paradigm in organizational thinking. So I just wanted to bring that up. In comment to Councilor Garcia's comments, I agree. Like, we want deliverables to be done, but maybe we need to think about how we ask for those deliverables and how we reward them rather than like punish people for not being there exactly 8 hours, right? So I don't know. Anyway, sorry.
And I just have one more. I have
Travis.
Thank you. No, and I agree with the cost. I don't think though that we can even consider cost unless we're able to look at productivity. And I don't even think we have the means to assess that as a city. I hope we do. I've been very like vocal and like we need to look at like program evaluation, and we're getting there. Those are conversations that are like we're having. But when we only have one side of like, oh, what is the cost of this? It's not a conversation to have unless we have what are the benefits in productivity? What are the benefits in retention? What are the benefits in staff morale, which is huge because lack of staff organizational culture or climate interferes greatly with productivity. So there's so many aspects of benefits that I feel like organizations are really poor at assessing. We're good at assessing like numbers because it's easy and it's available. But what matters, we struggle with a little bit. I'm very proud of the city and like looking into how to better do that. But we can't make comparisons of cost until we have that data. I think right now what is the most valuable, because we've struggled with retention as a city, is what are going to keep people here. And what are going to keep people happy, because there's science behind that we're all aware of. There's research behind it that we're all aware of, which is like if people want to work, if they want to show up to work and they're happy at work, they're going to get more done. It's research. And I think that's the only thing we can focus on until we have those other aspects. And in regards to equity, I'll just come back to, because I don't feel like I could emphasize it enough. I think it just needs to be part of our package, our benefits package. Like what changes once you're done with your probationary period, this changes. And there's no middleman of a manager. It's like, this is what we offer as a city. This goes straight to HR for approval. And that's where it ends. And I think that with that, we would have an increase. I also think we need to work on our delivery. I think a lot of people understand this as like, I have to go to a gym, and that's not what it is. It could be like you going for a walk. It could be like you sitting in your car and crying. I don't know, whatever feels good for you. Because we all, I've done it a few times. We all have to process like hard days and challenges and stress in our own way. And like, that is something, as I move this forward to be permanent, I want to work with you, is like, I don't want to limit the definition of what wellness is, because wellness is very individual based on need. And so we need to make sure that we aren't limiting the accessibility of that because we're trying to like, tunnel this into one specific need. And I think a lot of employees probably think like, oh, I have to go to the gym. I don't have time for the gym. No, you don't. Like maybe you need like an extra time to not rush and put yourself in danger to pick up your kids at the end of the day. Like there's all these things that it could be that helps keep people safe. And I think we need to just make sure we message that correctly, because I imagine that is something that has discouraged people from participating in the program. So we could work on that. But I'm really excited. I want to do what's best for staff. It means a lot when we take care of the people that serve Santa Fe. And I think this is something that is doing that. So I look forward to working with you.
Thank you.
Councilor Chavez. Any other comments? Yeah, Councilor Barrett, absolutely.
All right, it's pretty much already been said before. I don't want to be redundant, but just to piggyback on what Councilor Chavez said about staff well-being being linked to retention. And I think you guys did an amazing job getting data, because if 92.7% say the program increases desire to stay employed, I think that's like huge. Yeah, so in significant reduction in stress, 318 people said that. That's also huge. And I know the city has been struggling a little bit with retention and turnover. And I just think investing in human capital is really important. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilor. Any other members of the governing body? Just two quick things I wanted to address. One was management not being flexible with workers to be able to utilize this time. That's a mayor and interim city manager issue. We'll get to work on that. That should not be a challenge. Now to Councilor Garcia's point, having 5 folks take it at once, that's a management scheduling issue, and we can work to ensure that it does not affect deliverables. And so we want to, that's point one. Another issue is, I think it was Councilor Garcia again who brought up city staff or folks calling the city and receiving a kind of endless cycle of not touching nobody. That hopefully is going to change, because that was an automation system that was implemented in the past that we are currently undoing. And the first step is and most folks probably aren't aware of it, because you should not have, a press release on what should be typical government work. We've initiated a staff directory on our city website where folks can contact appropriate folks. So hopefully we'll get out of that cycle and folks can immediately get responses quickly. Lots to learn from. I know, I'm in support. Thank you for saying that you want to bring this forward for full implementation, Councilor Chavez, because I think these are benefits that improve your workforce productivity at the end of the day. I think one of the things we can look at in regards to trying to capture data in regards to how folks are utilizing sick leave, and this is an HR issue where we can look at, we don't need to ask them why in regards, but there can be confirmation that you are utilizing it to you're taking care of yourself or take care of a loved one. And there are certain things we can't ask, but there are certain things where we continue to ask to maybe get a little more clarification. Because I think it's helpful as we begin to look at how we can strengthen programs such as this benefit program. So thank you, Mr. Valdez, and thank you, everybody.
Thank you for having me tonight, and have a good one.
And use those 2 hours. You earned them.
Okay.
Madam City Clerk, what's the next item, please?
Next item is 8C. This is Mayor Michael Garcia's transition team report. And here to present is Charlotte Roybal, co-chair of Mayor Garcia's transition team, and Manuel Garcia, co-chair of Mayor Garcia's transition team.
Honorable Mayor Garcia and honorable members of the governing body, you have in front of you our report from the transition team. And I'm going to go through what the cover memo says, and I hope that you'll have time to read it. Following the election of Mayor Michael Garcia, a transition team was assembled to support an open, structured, and community-centered process to ensure the incoming administration is prepared to lead on day one. The transition team consisted 44 members representing a wide range of lived experiences, professional backgrounds, and perspectives, bringing together young and old and reflecting Santa Fe's deep diversity across Hispanic, Native, Anglo, and other community identities. We have a few members of the team. I won't read all their names. We have a few members in the audience, and I wish they would stand. They're here. You are the, one refuses to stand, but he was a member. Ahmad. Okay. And I think a lot of our team are on remote and are listening to hear this final report. The transition team's work was guided by 4 priorities identified by Mayor Garcia's incoming administration. 1, public safety, strengthening coordination, accountability, and resources to ensure Santa Feans feel safe in every neighborhood. 2, affordable workforce housing, very important, expanding access to housing through strategic investments, partnerships, and streamlined processes. 3, strengthening services, ensuring core city services are responsive, effective, and accessible to all residents. 4, modernizing city government, improving operations, transparency, and technology to deliver a more efficient and accountable city government. And I just have one other comment. I'd like to acknowledge Todd Lovato, who really helped make this report come together, and Brandon Padilla, who helped us with the press. And I'm going to turn it over to my co-chair, Manuel Garcia.
These priorities served as the foundation for assessing current conditions and identifying opportunities for improvement in city operations and service delivery. As outlined during the transition team's kickoff meeting on December 2nd, 2025, members were tasked with conducting an organized departmental divisional review process centered on strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. A SWOT analysis. Transition team members were instructed to coordinate directly with assigned city departments, provide department and division leadership with a SWOT form in advance, and complete the analysis based on both written feedback and structured interviews. This process was designed to create a consistent baseline across departments and ensure that the transition work was informed by the experience and expertise of the current city staff. In total, the transition team conducted 21 interviews with department and division directors with the expectation that SWOT forms would be completed prior to each interview and supplemental with additional information during the meeting. Throughout this process, city staff were professional, responsive, and cooperative, helping the transition team gather critical information to support an effective transition. The transitions team work was not intended to be disruptive or adversarial, but rather to support a smooth transfer of leadership, flag time-sensitive operational concerns, and provide Mayor Garcia with practical insight and staff recommendations aligned with the administration's priorities. This report reflects the transition team's findings, key themes across departments, and next steps towards building a modern, accountable city government that delivers results for the people of Santa Fe. We encourage all of you governing body members to review this report, and if you have any questions, please direct them to the appropriate city staff. Thank you.
Thank you. And before I open it up to governing body members for questions, just a quick context around how I tried to work to develop a process that ultimately would not help to inform and guide the administration, but more importantly, the governing body and the public. And in most instances, such a process would, collection of data information would have been held within the administration. I wanted to ensure that any piece of information that we got throughout this transition process, that the governing body holistically got this. And so, as you can see, it is a rather lengthy resource. It's over 150 pages. And I wanted to make sure that as we move forward, the governing body has the insight as well, the public has the insight in regards to at least the current health of the organization at that point in time. So with that being said, thank you to the transition co-chairs, to the transition team members that are here, those that might be virtual or not able to be with us tonight. It was a big kind of quick and heavy lift, but I ultimately believe this is going to lead to some information that will ultimately help to guide our government in a direction that is ultimately going to lead to sustainable processes that are going to lead to a stronger, efficient, and more effective government that works for everybody. So with that, any questions from the governing body? Member Councilor Cassett, Councilor Castro, then Councilor Garcia.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you to both of you for being here and all the members of the team. I have more more comments, actually, I think, than questions. I might have some questions, but I think there are actually more questions that I came up with as I was reading this that are really for us to consider. I also really want to thank the staff. As I can see, you know, this was, you know, they put a lot of time and thought and energy into this, and I really, really appreciate all that they did there. What's kind of comforting, that this has happened with the audits before, is that there was nothing that was surprising, which I appreciate. I appreciate not being surprised by what the challenges are and understanding them and saying, yep, sounds about right. So I really did find some comfort there, that there wasn't something that was uncovered that was really shocking to me. But I think that it is a lot of contemplation for us on how we address some of these really systemic issues. And that was actually the through line that I appreciated having this all in one book, was that you could see the commonalities that I think we could all probably pull out if we sat there and thought about it. But hiring is an issue. Procurement is an issue. Contracts are an issue. Capacity is an issue. And so as we start to move into, you know, the budgeting process that we set last year with whatever resolution that was, can't remember the number, and looking at goals and objectives and how those are really related to some of these larger structural issues, I think that's going to be some important questions for us, as well as, you know, the executive and the city manager. I was sat with a lot of questions around, you know, whose role is this to fix this problem? And I think, again, when we start to take a look at what is the actual role of the city manager versus the mayor versus the city council, you know, as we move forward with that, the charter review. Thank you so much. Sorry, the kids were not sleeping children the last week, so I have not been a sleeping human the last week, so I feel like my brain's really mushy. Should have had more caffeine. But I think that that's going to be really crucial as part of that conversation. And as we start to look at some of these are policies, and teasing out what are these policies that we need to address as the legislative body. And some of them are really procedural. That is going to fall in the city manager's office of, okay, how do we figure out how to do this better? And how do we almost take like a Maslow's hierarchy of needs approach to this? Because we're not going to be able to do everything at once. The other thing that I was encouraged by is that the internal audit committee has already identified a number of these through lines, and we're starting to get some work there. So I'm hoping that we'll get an update from looking over at the deputy city manager right now on what's happening with the internal audit committee and some of those processes, because I think that will be really beneficial. But yeah, that was mostly my thoughts, and I think that those are going to be kind of some of those bigger conversations that we're all going to need to have as we move both into budget, as we look at hiring of a permanent city manager and some of these really high level positions. The amount of knowledge that resides within the department directors that were interviewed was really, really important. And I do love that this captured some of that knowledge from individuals that we no longer have here. So thank you for capturing that, because I think that is going to be important. And that was it. You know, as I dive into this more, I did a cursory read. I'll definitely reach out if I have additional questions, but I think it really is, again, nothing in here was surprising to me, but it really is helpful to have it in a single document so that seeing the patterns was really, you know, they were easily illuminated. So I really appreciate that work. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Castro.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you to the entire group, advisory board, and also to you co-chairs. This is a comprehensive list of things that we can do immediately. I just want to say that I'm really grateful for the timelines and saying what we can do in certain amounts of time. I did focus a lot on the housing piece, and so I will be bringing this to the Community Development Commission next week at 3:30. If you are in the space and would like to be here, we would love to have you, but we will take those recommendations as best we can. And thank you so much.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you to the team. I mean, you know, when Mayor Garcia was elected, it was let's get this done. And this is definitely a heavy lift of work to bring forth the type of information that we can utilize. And to Councilor Cass's point, how do we complement some of these these things, the SWOT analysis, and I appreciate that direction and the deep dive into, what a SWOT analysis is and what are our strengths. How do we improve on the weaknesses that we have? What are the threats? And it's a large organization. So I commend the mayor and I commend the team, and the amount of people that you guys had on this transition team was like, whoa, and good people. So I do appreciate that, and thank you for the information, and hopefully we do utilize this to move forward and restructure our city, and it comes back to productivity and providing a good product to our community. Thank you.
Councilor Chavez. Oh. I'll let you flip a coin for it.
Thank you, Mayor. I also want to thank you for your work and the information. And I just have to go back, and it's not just because I'm an educator, but Councilor Cassett's point of like Maslow's hierarchy of need. I think that this is a great opportunity for us to like dive even deeper to the needs that have been identified and see like where do we start. So while we're addressing that need, it sets us up for success for the next. And I think often we try to put out multiple fires at the same time and address multiple things at the same time, and it often leads us to missing the mark. But I feel like you've provided us with information where we could really assess like where do we start and what is the low-hanging fruit, but what is also those things that will lead us to success for the next thing that we have to take on. So I think that it's a great opportunity, and I appreciate the work. Thank you.
Councilor Faulkner.
I want to thank the transition team. I know many of the people on the transition team and have known them for years. A great team, and I know it was a big lift and a lot of mostly volunteer, correct? All volunteer. I also want to thank the mayor for sharing this information with us. I think transparency is super important. And if we're going to solve these problems, we have to solve them together. And so the mayor providing this information to the council in a format that we're all on the same page is a really good step towards us working as a governing body and a collective to getting the city back on track. So I thank you, Mayor, for being transparent and sharing the information with us.
Anybody else? Well, thank you again. And for any members of the public that want a copy of this, it is available electronically as part of tonight's governing body packet, if I'm not mistaken. So it's out there for public consumption. So thank you both. I appreciate it. Thank you to the folks that were part of the team in the audience. Really appreciate it. Just gave us much more work to get done. So thank you. Madam City Clerk, will you take us to our next item, please?
Yes, Mayor, next item is 10A. It's an action item on the discussion agenda. This is a request for approval of the 4-year strategic goals and FY27 budget priorities. And here is Deputy City Manager Andrea Phillips.
Excuse me, ma'am, did you leave your glasses at the podium? Anyone leave their reading glasses? Okay. All right, you got a pair of glasses for anyone who may be missing them. All right, good evening, Mayor and members of the governing body. Technically, you already approved these as minutes earlier in the agenda, but we do want to just do a quick presentation for you and for the public, and actually ask maybe for your approval once again. So just to reorient everyone, on January 23rd, we held a strategic planning session with all of you. Rod Gould volunteered his time to serve as the facilitator for that session. So I want to thank him especially for him dedicating time for us. Also, Dr. Riley White was there to give an overview of the economic forecast from a national, regional, and a local perspective, just to help set the stage on the budget priorities. And I, of course, want to thank all the staff from the budget office, including Andy Hopkins, Geraldine Cardenas, and the rest of the staff from the clerk's office for supporting. So what you have in your packet is summary minutes, but it does
go into details on kind of three different areas. First of all, you had a discussion about your vision for the city. We kind of stopped short of developing a cohesive vision statement, but you did all provide fantastic feedback about how you would like the city to be governed and how you want to meet the needs of our community, as well as how you want to work together as a group. So I won't read over all of these, but you said things like you want to be more data-driven with program evaluation and transparency around programs. You want to ensure that you have continued emphasis on community events and engagement, and you want to adopt and act on SMART goals. We have been doing some of that, as you know, with the November presentation and then the mid-year presentation on the status of our goals, objectives, and KPIs. And we're moving towards more of a performance-based budgeting system. So this is another part of that, establishing those 4-year strategic goals and your budget priorities for the next fiscal year. The 4-year strategic goals are very much in line with what you just heard in terms of the mayor's vision, as well as your vision for the upcoming budget year. First of all, you want to support development of more housing across the entire continuum. So that would be affordable housing, attainable housing, workforce housing, all of those types of needs across the community. You also wanted to invest in improving city systems. So that's everything from technology to improving our internal processes. All of this is important, as you know, because that helps us deliver better, quicker services for our community. So the more we can do that in-house and streamline those processes, as well as recruiting and retaining highly qualified staff, we're going to see those results for our community. And then finally, reducing crime and increasing public safety. So this is not just limited to our first responders, but also our infrastructure in the community. It's safe roads, crosswalks, enhancing pedestrian and multimodal opportunities, as well as increasing our visibility in the community. And we're going to be doing that through rolling out speed and noise cameras in the coming months. So there's actually total alignment between those goals and your budget priorities for the upcoming fiscal year. So without going into more detail, I stand for questions.
Thank you, Deputy City Manager. Any questions? Seeing none, what's the will of the governing body?
Move to approve.
We've got a motion and a second. Any discussion? Just I'll add a bit of clarification too. This is for kind of general operating budget priorities. And so some folks might say, well, what about the roads in front of us? Well, that's a different budget. So this is general operating budget priorities. So.
Yes, thank you for clarifying that, Mr. Mayor. And we'll be communicating these, assuming you approve this evening, we'll be communicating these priorities throughout the department. So we're not saying that we don't care about all of the other programs and services that we're providing, including those capital projects, but these will be the guiding framework as we go into budgeting for priorities in our operating budget.
Right. Okay. Seeing no other discussion? Madam City Clerk, can we get a roll call vote, please?
Certainly, Mayor. Counselor Bustamante.
Yes.
Counselor Cassett.
Yes.
Counselor Castro.
Yes.
Counselor Chavez.
Yes.
Counselor Faulkner.
Yes.
Counselor Fogali.
Yes.
Counselor Garcia.
Yes.
Counselor Barrett.
Yes.
Motion passed.
Okay. Thank you. Next item on the agenda, please.
Next item is item 11. This is matters from the city manager.
Mr. Mayor, councilors, thank you. I just want to say a few things specifically about some high schools had some walkouts this last week. And I just want to thank the police department. They did an excellent job of letting the kids do their thing, but also protecting them. So I wanted to give a shout out to the police department. I was involved on the Friday one with Santa Fe High, and then the day the one was Capitol. So I just want to thank the police department specifically. They actually showed me some stuff with some drone footage today of how they were keeping the kids safe. So I want to thank them for that. And I just want to thank staff again, especially Deputy City Manager, Mrs. Andrea. She's been a great help to me over the last month and a half. And I want to thank all the staff. We're going to go into budget starting next week. So I just want to thank them. I've learned a lot in a month and a half, and I'm going to keep going. So I'm taking a couple breaths now, a little bit, a month into it. I'm a little better at breathing. So, but we're moving in the right direction. So thank you. That's all I have tonight.
Okay, thank you. Next item on the agenda, please.
Next item is matters from the city attorney.
No, no.
Not
Mark
yet.
was first.
I know.
Thank-
But we're just.
Sorry.
Thank you, Mayor and members of the governing body. I recommend that the governing body go into executive session for the matters as described in the agenda.
I move that we enter an executive session pursuant to the Open Meetings Act, Section 10-15-1H, Subpart 8, for discussion of the purchase, acquisition, or disposal of real property or water rights by the governing body.
Second.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Hearing none, Madam City Clerk, can we get a roll call vote, please?
Counselor Cassett?
Yes.
Counselor Castro?
Yes.
Counselor Chavez?
Yes.
Counselor Faulkner? Counselor Fagali?
Yes.
Counselor Garcia?
Yes.
Counselor Barrett?
Yes.
Counselor Bustamante?
Yes.
Motion passed.
Okay.
Pursuant to the Open Meetings Act, Section 10-15-1J, I move that the governing body reconvene in open session and state for the record that the matters discussed in the closed session were limited to those specified in the motion. Sure.
Second.
Okay, we've got a motion and a second. Any discussion? Seeing or hearing none, Madam City Clerk, can we get a roll call vote, please?
Counselor Castro? Oh, Counselor Chavez?
Yes.
Counselor Faulkner?
Yes.
Counselor Fagali?
Yes.
Counselor Garcia?
Yes.
Counselor Barrett?
Yes.
Counselor Bustamante?
Yes.
Counselor Cassett?
Yes.
Motion passed.
Thank you. And next up on the agenda,
Next item is 13. This is executive session action items. 13A is discussion and action on directing the city manager to work with staff to facilitate any necessary conveyances of property to the state of New Mexico in and around Midtown.
Move to approve.
Second.
okay, so we've got a motion and a second. Any discussion? Sure.
I just,
Cassett.
thank you, Mayor. I just really want to recognize the work of both the mayor and the city manager in getting this done, but especially Ms. Carly Vendetti and the incredible work that you have done, not just with this, but with Midtown as a whole. But getting this to the finish line is absolutely incredible. We've been talking about this for as long as I've been on the council, so 6-ish years. And so obviously before then as well. So thank you. A lot of credit to you. And then, really want to thank our partners at the state and Senator Linda Trujillo for her support here. Thanks, Mayor.
Yeah. Thank you, Councilor Cassett. Any other discussion? Madam City Clerk, can we get a roll call vote, please?
Yes, Mayor. Counselor Chavez?
Yes.
Counselor Faulkner?
Yes.
Counselor Fagali?
Yes.
Counselor Garcia?
Yes.
Counselor Barrett?
Yes.
Counselor Bustamante?
Yes.
Counselor Cassett?
Yes.
Motion passed.
And Mayor, I would like to motion to amend the agenda to move petitions to the floor to the next matters that we take on this evening and then continue the agenda as it's laid forward.
Okay,
Second.
so we've got a motion and a second. Any discussion on the motion? Hearing and seeing none, Madam City Clerk, can we get a roll call vote, please?
Yes, Mayor. Counselor Faulkner?
Yes.
Counselor Fagali?
Yes.
Counselor Garcia?
Yes.
Counselor Barrett?
Yes.
Counselor Bustamante?
Yes.
Counselor Cassett?
Yes.
Counselor Chavez?
Yes.
Motion passed.
Okay, so that immediately takes us to item number 17, petitions from the floor. If we have any members of the public that would like to address the body tonight, now is the time for you to do so.
Well, good evening. Boy, what a lovely way to begin another set of needing.
Can we get your, I know who you are, but for the record,
Oh,
can we?
Yeah, I'm Elizabeth West and I live in the South Capitol area of Santa Fe. Is that all I need to say? Okay, great. Anyway, it was just lovely to come in here and hear you all talking about what you're doing together, and it's pretty wonderful. So anyway, some of you know that I'm here every now and then. And tonight I'm here for just a request. I am a member of the Old Santa Fe Association, but I'm not speaking for them. I'm speaking just for me right now. I am looking forward to having a state certified architect on the H board. And I don't have a particular suggestion. I think I've heard there might be somebody, a man or a woman, I don't know who it is, who might be wanting to do it. Wanting to be on the board is really an important ingredient for many reasons that most of you know something about. And this other thing is that when the mayor selects somebody or chooses somebody or okays somebody, and then the board, I guess, the rest of the governing body says, yes, good, that's wonderful, or whatever. We need to remember that no matter who it is, It's somebody who is going to abide by the code and by the interests of our culture and preservation and our history. And that requires kind of a balancing act. And I happen to be a little more liberal, or whatever you want to call it, or flexible, or I like to get along with people. That's the trick right there. And so that I don't always agree with what the H board does. And, but I see that they work pretty hard. And I'm going to trust whoever you guys choose to be honorable about doing the job that's put before her or him. So go for it. Thank you. I had something else nice to say, but I'll do that another time.
Thank you. Any other members of the public?
You want us to come right here and you can speak from here so you don't have. Oh, you can do it? Okay.
Oh, you are inaccessible with it. Hi. My name is Gina Maria Opalescent, and I'm on the Mayor's Committee on Disability. And I'm here just to point out that we have had 2 of our 12 meetings in 2026 canceled already. And there was no explanation given. After the first meeting, I thought, well, I'm going to put myself on the agenda for the second meeting to at least ask the chair why the meeting got canceled. So February comes along, we meet on the first Wednesday of the month. The agenda is published. I'm the only thing on the agenda. I'm like, what is going on? Why isn't there an agenda? And the day before we were supposed to meet, the meeting got canceled. No explanation, no word from the chair, no word from anyone as to what's going on. And I am taking this opportunity, Mr. Mayor, to ask, is there a reason?
I apologize, Ms. Opalescent. I can't have a back and forth dialogue with you.
Okay. So we don't have priorities set for the year. 2 meetings were canceled. And I mean, there's things in this city that need to be done. There is a button on the front door of the city hall that doesn't work. My understanding is that Regina Wheeler had $20,000 allocated to getting an accessible podium. I don't know where the podium is or where the money went, but this is not accessible. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Opalescent. Are there any other members of the public that would like to address the body tonight? Is there anybody, Madam City Clerk, virtually?
Yes, Mayor. Stephanie Benenato.
Good evening, Stephanie Benenato. Can you hear me? Hello,
Yes,
can
we
you
can
hear
hear
me?
you.
Okay, great. I want to bring to your attention that the EPRA system has changed. That was over 6 weeks ago. I put in requests. I haven't heard anything about the requests I put in. It's been over 6 weeks. I tried to get into the system. They said my email's already in use. Yes, it is, but it won't recognize the password I set up. I called the office. Catherine, the head of your EPRA office, was supposed to call me back. That hasn't happened. I also got an email from somebody who was working on getting the alley cleared, told me that it was cleared on Thursday of last week. It wasn't even touched. That was as of Tuesday morning. So I didn't know what was going on. Maybe they went to the wrong alley. Maybe they just decided to take the day off. You talk about access, and I have to say, City Hall, the door almost, it's at least once every other week, once a month at least, that the door doesn't work for days. And as far as access, if you really want to have access, you need to improve the sidewalks. And I hope as mayor that the 1100 block on Don Cubero on the west side will eventually, or actually now, get fixed. Their sidewalks have crumbled away. The curb has got crumbled away. I have brought this to the city's attention for 10 years. You, mayor, put in 2 requests, work requests that nothing happened. I really would like to see some action on that. And there's many other sidewalks now that I have a fracture on my spine and I have to be very careful. I've noticed this before, of course, but now I'm really aware of how really poorly kept our sidewalks are. And this is an important amenity. In terms of transit, if you want to help people where it's like Route 6, if you would put up what Route 6 looks like and then not just say Route 6, it might be helpful because one of the maps is unreadable if you go online and not everybody has a cell phone. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Any other members of the public calling in virtually?
There are no other hands. Oh, yes, one just raised. Brian Gian.
Yes, thank you.
Go ahead.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. I'm not sure this is the appropriate time for me to address this, but I wanted to bring up, I guess, item number 20 on your agenda today regarding the rezoning of a property.
Mr. Nguyen, there will be a public hearing on the matter a little later on this evening.
Okay, I'll hold off from that then. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Feel free to address the governing body on any other topic if you're so inclined.
I'll refrain until that time then.
Okay, thank you. Any other members?
No other hands, Mayor.
Okay, last call here in chambers. Okay, seeing none, Madam City Clerk, can we resume to our order of business, please?
Certainly, Mayor. Next item is matters from the city clerk. I just wanted to let you all know that the Comms and Marketing Office is going to do an an internal awareness campaign for ADA compliance to bring the city's websites up to the standards of the DOJ. And we just want to give a shout out to IT for assisting us in that. But we wanted to let you know that we're going to be sending that out soon. And with that, Mayor, that's all I got.
Okay, thank you.
Next item is communications from the governing body.
Okay, so let's go and start on the right. Let's move our way on in. Councilor Fagali.
Thank you, Mayor. I don't really have anything today. I'm very excited about our progression on Midtown. And yeah, I think that's all I've got. Thank you.
Nothing from me.
Thank you, Mayor. I actually want to focus attention on the city attorney's office. They have been meeting with counselors on our priorities, but every time I have conversations with them, I'm just always like amazed with the magnitude of work that they take on. And I think that our community doesn't realize what their office does completely. And I actually think it would be beneficial for that to like bring forward, like them to bring forward and present so that the public realizes like this department takes on a tremendous amount of work. So if we think about it, not only do they take on the requests of the city councilors, but everything in regards to like bar adjustments, anything brought forward by every single department is something that they have to research and review and make sure that we're on track. So I really just admire their efforts. They're responsive. I think they show up for each one of us in the best way they can while doing the other million things that they do. And I think there's a huge misconception to their workload. It's like, oh, we put something forward. Why isn't it getting done? Why, like, when's the timeline? Why isn't it in front of committees? And it's because like there is so many steps that their staff takes on with limited resources. I just want to stress that. They're not staffed completely. It's not a job for everyone. So the individuals that are in that department are super dedicated to their work. It's tedious work a lot of times. It's the work that we're not doing as counselors, combing through research, combing through policy that already exists, combing through the way it exists and didn't work in other places. And I just feel like I want to request, also first highlight and say thank you, City Attorney's Office, for everything you do, with a huge misunderstanding for the community of what that workload actually looks like, and also really create room or recommend that we create room and space for you to actually share like everything you take on for the city. And because I feel like there's been a lack of recognition for our city attorney's office, and that recognition definitely needs to occur. So I think our community needs to learn more, but at the same time, I want to take a moment just to appreciate the work that's done. I felt very heard. They were aware of everything that I had on my list of things to do in detail. They've done research for me, and it's research I didn't do, it's research that they did. And so I just don't feel like you guys get enough positive credit and feedback. And I think it's mostly due to a misunderstanding, because the reality is like you keep our work moving, and without you, that wouldn't occur. So I just wanted to shout out that office. Thank you.
Councilor Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to take this opportunity, and I know a lot of people are very interested in what's going to happen on Airport Road. The orange barrels are coming out, and many people are thinking, well, we asked for it. And then others are like, well, why don't they do this at night? I'm like, just be patient with us. You know, it's good, it's happening, and just get an update. So it's started, and I know that many of the people that are out there driving it daily, it will be frustrating, but have some patience, and instead of sending the bird to somebody else, wave at them and be patient. The other update in regards to South Meadows and Agua Fria, that's been one that's been a difficult project, but through our communication, it's going to get on its way to be completed. And so also thank you for your patience with that one. And thank you to the mayor's team and to city manager and staff that really put some true effort into getting these things expedited and started and finished. And then I just want to wish everyone coming up this next week. Lent is happening for many Catholics in the world, but especially here with the hermanos, and they go in. I want to focus on that. There's a saying as they go into their moradas for Ash Wednesday and continue in peaceful prayer for our communities. There's a saying, it's Ave Maria Purísima, and it's sin pecado concebida. And they go into these little moradas and these little churches, and they pray for all the things that's happening in our communities. And so just to give everyone an opportunity to have a peaceful Lenten season coming up. And that's all I have, Mr. Mayor.
Councilor Faulkner.
Well, my awesome partner in crime pretty much mentioned most of the things I was going to mention. So that's why we're a good team. That's all I had was updates on South Meadows and Road.
Councilor Castro, are you with us online?
I am, and I'll be brief. I just wanted to send out good wishes to all of the folks who were part of the walkout today. I met with some of the organizers. There's some really great kids doing great work, and we are listening. So thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Cassett.
Thank you, Mayor. A few things. One, I do want to wish my grandmother a very happy birthday. She would not be happy with me if I shared her age. But if you do the math, I'm 41 and I still have a grandparent that is living and amazing. And I really, really, really hope I got her genetics when it comes to longevity. I mean, She's impressive. So happy birthday to my grandma. I also wanted to, a couple questions. One regarding the audit. I know we got the single audit in, and again, thank you to the finance team. Congratulations. In the past, we've pretty quickly gotten those debriefs with the council set up so that we are not surprised when it gets released to the public. So I am hoping that we'll get those soon. I would love to see the audit, have not yet. And so hopefully those are, I'm looking at Deputy City Manager Phillips. She's giving me thumbs up. So I'm looking forward to that. I'm really looking forward to seeing what those audit results are. And then my last is a request for, I'm not mayor, deputy city manager. Councilor Fagali and I got a really wonderful, actually following up Councilor Chavez's comments, policy brief from the policy team on housing policy. And it was a very general policy brief, really looking at a bunch of strategies. And I would really love to for us to move quickly. We've had this discussion of study sessions around housing. And I think that if we can really take a look at how we are all rowing in the same direction for housing policy, it's going to be extremely helpful. It's complex policy. The team is being pulled in 5 different directions to do this research. There was some really interesting information around what's effective and what's not, like where should we be putting our energy. So I would really love to request to get that study session up and running in the very near future. I think that would be helpful for all of us as we move forward with this work. I imagine these study sessions are probably a lot of work to put together. So I volunteer myself for any assistance in getting this thing up and running and, helping organize. So I've been doing a lot of the housing policy stuff for a while now. So more than happy to provide that support. So I would just love for us all to get in the same room and have that conversation because it's a really big topic. There's a lot of different issues. There are areas that I know we have some disagreements on, but I think there's probably a lot of areas that we can find some common strategies that will be the most effective instead of just spinning our wheels around having the team look at all these disparate things as opposed to being really, really focused there. So that would be my request to get that one soon. And that is all. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. So I would like to also echo Councilor Cassett's request to get that housing study session going as soon as possible. But also, I also want to give a shout out to one of our city teams, and that's Constituent Services, because good God, they do an amazing amount of work. And not only do they do amazing work, they do it quickly. I can reach out to them, and within a couple of hours, they are back to me with generally a history of any other issues that are related. And they are just so quick and very professional in their tone, not just to me, but to the constituents. So just wanted to give a shout out to them because they're an amazing team. Thank you.
Sure, absolutely.
Talking out of turn,
No,
I'm
no,
sorry,
Councilor.
but I want to piggyback on what Councilor Bustamante said. We get a high volume of concerns from residents in probably all districts, but District 2 and Constituent Services does an amazing job of being effective, efficient, and positive. And so shout out to them too. Thanks.
Great. Any other comments from governing body members? Just a couple from myself. As noted earlier, happy Black History Month. There's lots of stuff going on in the community, so stay tuned for the event happening nearest to you. On the topic of study sessions, and this is in relation to something I had on my agenda to notice anyway. The reason why we didn't do a study session this month is we are having a special governing body meeting here in 2 weeks. And the capacity of trying to get us all in one space outside of our regular governing body meeting is, as folks can imagine, quite challenging. And so it was my priority to have this special governing body meeting called because we need to discuss the Soldiers Monument. And so for those that have not, I think everybody should be well aware, on February 24th, we're having that special governing body meeting to go over the feasibility report, the actions that have been taken since, at least since we took office, and next steps moving forward. And I wanted to make sure we dedicate the ample time and opportunity not only for a report to be given to us, information to be given to us, appropriate time for dialogue and discussion to have it happen amongst the governing body, but more importantly, provide space for the public to give input to us. So that is happening on the 24th, and we will have a study session in March. We're actually working to try to figure out how we can have a study session each month throughout the duration of the year. As we mentioned in January, there are many topics we want to work on, whether it's affordable housing, short-term rentals, revisioning some of our internal policies, procedures, et cetera. We want to provide the space and opportunity for folks to give their perspective, opinion, and then determine who ultimately is going to work to draft the legislation. Because as we all know, we have to adhere to Open Meetings Act, which means ultimately 4 of us get to work on a particular topic. And at least it's my hope that with us as a whole body having a discussion on a matter, then the 4 folks that go work on a topic can take into consideration all that feedback. So that's coming. Starting with March, we'll have 1 each month. And during that first meeting, we can begin to prioritize what we want for the preceding meetings for the duration of the year. Lastly, there is on February 23rd, we will open up the next scheduling appointments for meeting with Mike. Those are going to be February 26th and 27th. We're going to have them again at the Southside Library. So 7 o'clock online, those appointments will open up. Lastly, happy Valentine's Day, everybody, this weekend. Y'all be safe, and happy Valentine's Day to my forever Valentine. So my wife, Alicia. So with that, next item on the agenda, please.
Next item is introduction of legislation. 16A is consideration of bill number 2026-2 and adoption of an ordinance sponsored by Mayor Michael Garcia. It's a bill amending SFCC 1987, Section 11-13 to expand exemptions permitted by NMSA 1978, Sections 13-1-98 through 13-1-98.2, including certain purchase types and legal service types, adding exemptions for certain prepayments, required items not exceeding $100,000, and for lobbying services representing the city of Santa Fe's interest, requiring the procurement manual to be adopted by resolution, establishing an 8-year maximum term for professional service contracts, authorizing the chief procurement officer to approve purchase orders and to approve the use of requests for applications, adopting construction manager at risk delivery method procedures, modifying certain amounts listed in NMSA 1978, Section 13-1-125, authorizing the city manager to approve contract amendments that do not materially alter the scope of work.
Thank you, Madam City Clerk, and I apologize for having such a long title on that one. So the intention of this bill is it's to begin the process of modernizing our procurement service. I think we've all heard and understand the challenges that we've had, and the goal is to make our processes more efficient and ultimately provide more clarity as well. This bill begins to clarify allowable exemptions, including utilities, legal services, certain payments required, items under $100,000, and lobbying services. It also updates the process for modifying the procurement manual by requiring an adoption by resolution, which is a lot easier process. It also reaffirms the chief procurement officer's authority to approve purchase orders and the use of requests for applications as a procurement method. It allows for the construction manager at risk a delivery method, and it also authorizes the city manager to approve non-material contract amendments within existing authority and formalizes the procedures for emergency procurements. So hopefully this helps to create less bottleneck of getting the work done at the end of the day. That next item, please, Madam City Clerk.
Next item is consideration of a resolution. This is sponsored by Councillor Jamie Cassett. It's a resolution authorizing the city of Santa Fe to submit applications to the local government fund, the municipal arterial program, the transportation project fund, and any other applicable state transportation funding programs for state transportation construction funding for the Henry Lynch Road reconstruction project from Rufina Street to Agua Fria Street, and committing to the application's requirements for a local match of funding.
Okay, Councillor Bassett.
Thank you, Mayor. Pretty self-explanatory. I will say that this project has been on the list of things to do in District 4 for quite some time. And it also coordinates well with the county because it is the road that helps connect us to the county. And we've had some challenges getting the gap funding there. So this is really just telling us to push forward as any way that we possibly can to find the rest of the funding so that we can finally complete the Henry Lynch Road reconstruction project, which I look forward to driving on a much smoother Henry Lynch Road one of these days. Thank you.
Next item is consideration of a resolution. This is sponsored by Councillor Lee Garcia and Mayor Michael Garcia. It's a resolution clarifying the terms of resolution number 2024-14 to allow the Knights of Columbus Council 10517 to display banners commemorating Santa Fe veterans as Santa Fe heroes between Memorial Day and Veterans Day annually.
Councillor Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you to you also for sponsoring this. I think it's pretty self-explanatory. It allows the Knights of Columbus to continue their work in managing the program of attaining the banners, putting up the banners, taking them down in an allotted time frame per city resolution. And so that's pretty much it all. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
No further comments for me. Thank you for covering it. Next item on the agenda, please.
Next item is item 18. This is public comment on bills. This is the first public comment, no action. 18A is consideration of bill number 2024-14, an adoption of an ordinance. This is sponsored by Councillor Amanda Chavez and Councillor Alma Castro. It's a bill amending section 25-4.1, Exhibit A, Rule number 2, to adopt new definitions and adopting a new Rule number 7, imposing requirements for backflow prevention and control for certain customers, imposing fees for administering the program, and imposing fines for violations.
Do we have any members of the public that would like to address this item tonight? I'm out online, Madam City Clerk.
Mayor, I didn't see any hands raised in the Zoom room.
Okay, last call. Okay, seeing or hearing none, let's go to move on to the next agenda item, please.
Sorry, next item is consideration of bill number 2026-01 and adoption of an ordinance. This is sponsored by Councillor Amanda Chavez. Be it ordained by the governing body of the city of Santa Fe, authorizing the execution and delivery of a water project fund loan grant agreement by and between New Mexico Finance Authority and the city of Santa Fe, New Mexico, the borrower grantee, in the total amount of $7,750,000, including a loan in the amount of $3,100,000, evidencing an obligation of the borrower grantee to utilize the loan grant amount solely for the purpose of financing the costs of construction of new flocculation and sedimentation improvements to the Canyon Road Water Treatment Plant, including demolition of existing clarifier equipment, structural additions, new flocculation and sedimentation equipment, all associated power, controls, process, and chemical piping and valves, new flocculation master control center, electrical building, and associated grading and paving, potable water yard piping, relocation, and all associated work, related work and revisions, and solely in the manner described in the loan grant agreement, providing for the pledge and payment of the loan amount and administrative fee solely from the net revenues of the water utility system of the borrower grantee, certifying that the loan grant amount, together with the other funds available to the borrower grantee, is sufficient to complete the project, approving the form of and other details concerning the loan grant agreement, ratifying actions heretofore taken, repealing all action inconsistent with this ordinance, and authorizing the taking of other actions in connection with the execution and delivery of the loan grant agreement.
Okay, are there any members of the public that would like to address this item? I don't see any in the chambers. How about anybody virtually?
Mayor, there are no hands raised in the Zoom room.
Okay, last call for public comment on this item. Seeing or hearing none, Madam City Clerk, can we move on to the next item, please?
Yes, Mayor, the next item is 19, final action on legislation. This is a public hearing. 19A is consideration of bill number 2025-26, an adoption of an ordinance. This is sponsored by Mayor Ellen Weber, Councilor Carol Romero Worth, Councilor Jamie Cassett. A bill approving a community energy efficiency development seed block grant from the New Mexico Energy, Minerals, and Natural Resources Department, Energy Conservation and Management Division pursuant to the Seed Block Grant Act to authorize a seed program project and approve the terms and conditions of the grant agreement.
Hey, can we please start off with a staff presentation on this topic? Ms. Christine Chavez is the identified staff. I don't see her in the chamber.
Or Ms. Renaud.
She may be on Zoom.
I do not see her on Zoom.
Okay. Councilor Cassett, I don't know if you want to maybe speak to this.
I can speak to the general of it, but the technicalities of everything, I do need the experts in the room if there are questions. But essentially, this is a grant from, I believe, GSA at the state that will help low-income and energy-burdened households to have more efficient energy systems. So doing upgrades for more solar, more things that will help reduce their energy costs and increase energy efficiency in their homes. Again, for the wonderful details that would have to occur, that would have to be from our staff. I know there are specific census tracts that are identified that are focused, and those are somewhere in the bill. Nope, somewhere in. Yeah, census tracts 12.02, 12.03, and 12.05. So that is the general goal of this acceptance of this grant from the state, for us to accept the money and then administer the program out to the community.
Thank you, Councilor Cassett. That being said, next part of this process is public comment. Since this is a public hearing, are there any members of the public that would like to address this matter? Do not see anybody in chamber. How about anybody virtually?
No hands are raised in the Zoom room.
Okay, with that being said, let's go ahead and move on to questions or comments from the governing body. Seeing or hearing none, we can go ahead and close the public hearing portion of this agenda item. What is the will of the governing body?
Move to approve. Second.
Got a motion and a second. Any discussion on the motion? Hearing or seeing none, Madam City Clerk, can we get a roll call vote, please?
Yes, Mayor. Councilor Fagali?
Yes.
Councilor Garcia?
Yes.
Councilor Barrett?
Yes.
Councilor Bustamante?
Yes.
Councilor Cassett?
Yes.
Councilor Castro?
Yes.
Councilor Chavez?
Yes.
Councilor Faulkner?
Yes.
Motion passed.
Okay, thank you. Can we move to the next item on the agenda, please?
Certainly, Mayor. The next item is consideration of bill number 2025-23 and adoption of an ordinance. This is sponsored by Councilor Jamie Cassett and Councilor Pilar Faulkner. It's a bill amending SFCC 1987, Section 2-4.2, to require city managers to be International City Manager Association credentialed or credential eligible unless an appointment and consent of such candidate is not possible after 5 months, requiring candidates for deputy city manager to have the same qualifications pursuant to Section 2-4.6L, removing portions of Section 2-4.3 that conflict with city charter and removing the prohibition for an acting city manager to employ and discharge personnel. And we have Marcy Iannarino, the Legislation and Policy Innovation Manager, as well as Christine Spears, the Legislative Assistant, and Palmer Anderson, Policy Analyst.
With that being said, Ms. Iannarino, I didn't know if you want to give a presentation on this. If not, I can defer to the sponsors.
Mayor, councilors, I guess I'm happy to talk about it, or I'm happy to have Councilor Cassett talk about it, and whatever you need.
I'll follow your lead. Oh,
I'll take it and you fill in where I forget things because you are very integral to my brain as well as
Perfect.
as Councilor Faulkner. Between the three of us, we'll get it all. Right, exactly. So pretty self-explanatory, but this really looks at the requirements for our city manager. Actually, I think it's highlighted really well by the mayor's transition team's report around some of the real structural challenges that we see within city government. And Councilor Faulkner and I really seeing a very large benefit for the city having a professional city management team in place, wanted to increase the qualifications so that somebody needs to either be already credentialed, or we understand that not everybody has gone through that credentialing. This hasn't necessarily been a pattern, so they have eligible for that credentialing process, which essentially means that they've had a lot of experience within city government. Our current interim city manager, I believe, would qualify for that credentialing process. So making sure that we have somebody that really is very familiar with the city's processes, with municipal processes, with how to manage a city, and then encouraging if they have not, or requiring actually, if they have not already undergone the credentialing process that does bring so much more training and education, that they go ahead and do that. We did want to balance out a few things. One, sometimes it is challenging to find somebody with this credentialing, or maybe who is eligible for this credentialing. And we don't want the city to be in a position where they are operating under an interim city manager for an extensive length of time. So putting in, that if after 5 months, reducing some of those qualifications, there are these kind of pre-credentialing programs that people can qualify for. So again, encouraging people to get that education, but we do want to make sure that we're not holding the city hostage in any way if we are unable to find or approve an individual that fits the higher qualifications, as well as removing the prohibition of an acting city manager to employ and discharge personnel. As we know right now, we have a lot of people acting in interim positions. And again, we want to make sure that the city can be functioning as much as it can. So if somebody has been given the trust of the governing body to act in an interim position, we think that they should be able to act as a city manager and hire and fire personnel as needed. Did I miss anything? Okay, I think that's it.
I think in layman's terms, we just wanted to ensure that in the future, when we're looking at city managers, that they are professionals and not political.
all right. Any other portion of the presentation? If not, we can move towards the public comment portion of this public hearing. Are there any members of the public that would like to address this item?
Oh, there we go. Thank you. I think this is excellent. Thank you. Very, very good idea. And the folks who are going to get more education are going to have fun with it, right? I think it's terrific. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other members of the public here in the chamber? Seeing none, Madam City Clerk, is there anybody virtually?
Yes, Mayor, Stephanie Benenato.
Good evening, Stephanie Benenato. I appreciate that you're trying to professionalize this position. I did notice, however, that it's not multiple experiences. So you could be experienced in staff management, you could be experienced in financial, but it could just be one area that you're experienced in, and particularly maybe staff management. How many people are you actually managing would be a question. And then I wonder how long it is, if it's stated clearly, how long it is that somebody who's hired would have to get this credentialing. And then if you are dropping the requirements because after 5 months, no one has appeared who has it, and that seems like a long time to have an interim manager, are you going to announce to the public what criteria you're using? Is there something, I didn't see it in the ordinance, but there doesn't seem to be any fallback criteria for that when you can't find somebody with this kind of credentialing. And that to me is a concern because that leaves it open and vague. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other members of the public in the virtual Zoom link?
No other hands are raised.
Okay, one last call for the public to speak on this matter. Okay, seeing none, we'll go ahead and close the public hearing portion of this item. Are there any questions or comments from the governing body? Yeah, Councilor Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So how does this work in regards to, and this may be the question for the city attorney, but I know there's a specific period in which the mayor has the responsibility of appointing a new city manager. So what is that time frame? I was trying to look it up, but
I have it.
maybe to the sponsor. There you go.
It is 6 months, which is why we changed that we initially had that 6-month period and after 6 months, but we wanted to make sure, that's why it's after 5 months if they cannot find somebody who meets it, to make sure that there is that month where they can be considering somebody. in that
Okay,
process.
so it's working within the parameters of our current abilities, and I was pretty confident that was going to be the case, but I wanted clarification. Other than that, I think it's good, and I'll be supporting it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor. Any other comments, questions? Sure, Madam City Clerk.
Counselor Castro has her hand raised.
Oh, I apologize, Councilor. Councilor Castro.
No worries, thank you. I just wanted to clarify. So when I looked up the requirements, and so I guess this is a question for the sponsor. My understanding is you had to have professional experience in all of those areas: staff management, financial management, policy facilitation and implementation, and service delivery. Is that correct?
I actually, Marcy, or I was about to say Deputy City Manager Phillips, who is quite familiar with this process. If you are willing to speak to this, I would appreciate that. We relied very heavily on you and Mr. Gould during the drafting. So if you wouldn't mind speaking to this process as somebody who is an ICMA credentialed city manager.
Thank you, Councilor Cassett, Mayor Garcia, members of governing body. Yes, ICMA, which is the International City and County Management Association, is the professional kind of credentialing body for city and county managers. People come into city management from a variety of paths. That sometimes they come up through a certain department, sometimes they come from military or private sector even, and transition into this new role. I have been an ICMA credentialed manager since 2020. There is a requirement that you have at least 40 continuing education units or credits per year. And you can get those in a variety of ways by going to conferences, reading books on city management, leadership, and things like that. There's a variety of ways that you can meet that requirement. But yes, having experience in those different areas is certainly something that as a credentialed manager is important. There is as part of becoming a credentialed manager, and there's a whole process to enter into that, but you do an assessment of your knowledge base in all of those areas. You also end up doing a 360-degree assessment, which is interesting and fun. There's other requirements that you need to do along the way, but it is a multi-year process. And so it's a good professional development tool as well. I hope that answers your question.
It does, thank you. And again, I just want to confirm with sponsors and with staff that I'm understanding properly. We are going to support staff that do not have this accreditation to become certified or get the training they would need to become certified, correct?
I mean, what I would state to that is that we cannot commit future governing bodies to, we do not have the ability to commit them to a particular budgetary item. However, they would be out of compliance with our ordinance if this is adopted, if they did not provide that funding in order for an individual to do so. I mean, I suppose that with a contract, they could apply somebody to pay, they could require somebody to pay for the application themselves. And that would be a decision that they would have to make at that time as to whether or not they want to be an attractive employer. I myself would not support such an idea. And that is all I can say to speak for me. And we will, be looking at this through the budgeting process, of course.
Agreed, yeah, and that was the next step, that then we must look at this through the budgeting process in terms of building capacity, but I think we're all willing to do that. Thank you so much, and no further questions.
Thank you, Councillor Castro. Any other governing body members with comments or questions? Yes, Councillor Cassett.
Thank you, Mayor. Just one clarification, that we did say that if somebody, to speak to Ms. Beninato, around if somebody does not currently have the accreditation, that they must agree to apply for credentialing within 1 year of appointment and start going through that process within 1 year of appointment. So that is what that stipulation is in the current iteration of this ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cassett. Any other comments? Seeing or hearing none, what's the will of the governing body?
Motion to approve.
Second.
We've got a motion and a second. Any discussion on the motion? Councillor Fagali.
Mr. Mayor, I think this is the time to bring it up. I did have a technical correction or technical amendment to the bill. It is in the packet. It is just adding a comma and the words of the city on page 2 and line 24 to make that sentence a bit more legible, as I was having a hard time figuring out which was the list in that sentence.
Mr. Mayor.
Sure, Councillor Cassett.
I believe we approved that amendment in quality of life, correct? And per our new procedures, amendments attach, and they just travel along unless we pull them off. So
excellent. Okay, great.
Okay, so the amendment was addressed at the committee level, sounds like. Okay. Any other comments or questions on the motion? Seeing or hearing none, Madam City Clerk, can we get a roll call vote, please?
Certainly, Mayor. Councillor Garcia.
Yes.
Councillor Barrett.
Yes.
Councillor Bustamante.
Yes.
Councillor Cassett.
Yes.
Councillor Castro.
Yes.
Councillor Chavez.
Yes.
Councillor Faulkner.
Yes.
Councillor Fagali.
Yes.
Motion passed.
Okay, thank you. Next item on the agenda, please.
Next item is item 20. This is public hearings. These are land use cases, appeals, and other items required to have a public hearing. 20A is consideration of a bill number 2025-24 and adoption of an ordinance. It's a bill rezoning an approximately 4.12 acre tract of land located at 2768 Agua Fria from MU mixed use to C2 general commercial. Case number 2025-8901. And here to present is Senior Planner Joel Cruz Haber.
Okay, so this is a public hearing and we're going to hear both at one time, Madam City Clerk, just to make sure process.
We can hear both. I can read the caption for the other is consideration of a resolution a resolution adopting a master plan for one tract of land located at 2768 Agua Fria Road within the city of Santa Fe and comprising of approximately 4.12 acres, case number 2024-8902.
Okay. This is a public hearing, so first we'll start off with the staff presentation, then we will move forward with an applicant presentation. Then we will have public comment, then any questions from the governing body. If none, we'll close the public hearing portion and then have any comments from the governing body with the potential motion. So with that, I'll yield the floor to staff for a presentation.
Yeah, no worries. I would agree. That makes sense. All right. Counselor, Mayor Garcia, counselors, my name is Jorge Cruz Haber. I am presenting case number 2024-8901 and 8902 at 2768 Agua Fria. Well, Geraldine actually said all this. But it is a 4.12 acre parcel. The proposal is to rezone from mixed use to C2 general commercial and proposed master plan for a 130 unit mixed use community development with 1,000 square feet of retail space. Before I begin, I would just like to stress that this is a rezone and master plan. This is not a development plan review. So the next step would not be a building permit. The next step would actually be the actual development plan application, which does involve scrutiny from our departmental review team and does involve ENN meetings and input from the public. So you're aware. The location of the site is approximately 1/3 mile east of the Silo Road Agua Fria intersection, and across the street 450 feet east is the Temple Root Brewery, which I'm sure we're all familiar with. Adjacent to the west is the Sierra Mesa Industrial Plaza, which you can see here, this parcel. And then similar projects in the area are the HomeWise Apartments, which are just located one parcel over. Vicinity is, the site is in blue, Agua Fria is the yellow line, Silo Road is the purple line, and Cerrillos is the red. Some zoning history for the site is in 2006, the general plan amendment was approved to change the future land use designation from low density to mixed use, which is what we have today. And a year later, a rezoning of the district from R2 to dwelling units per acre to mixed use was proposed and approved. And since 2007, the site has been undeveloped and remained. The only application that has been submitted forth is a certificate of compliance to establish legal lot. That application was approved by the Planning Commission in spring of 2024. And now just going back to the general plan future land use map. Here's the site here. It is the transitional mixed use. And that transitional mixed use designation is symbiotic with C2. And their intent in the general plan is symbiotic, which promote high density and mixed and multiple uses on a single tract. So that is one reason why only a rezone is being requested and not a general plan amendment as well. Going further into what the requirements are for the policies of keep in mind, the 1999 general plan. So a lot has happened. I happened actually. So a lot has happened since that time. The infill area, so this area is designated infill. And in the growth management methods, in both infill and future growth areas, the city must encourage higher densities of residential and commercial development than existing zoning often allows. So now we're talking about the current new zone. So it is mixed use, same as the general plan. And mixed use does allow for a variety of medium, high density, and variety of uses on a single parcel. Here's a photo across the street. Left, you can see these are where the residentially zoned parcels are. And then to the right are the industrial uses and zoned. Now we're getting into the master plan segment of this. Let me catch up real quick. Okay. All right. So the master plan consists of 61,790 square feet of 2-story and 3-story development. The breakdown for apartments is 95 studio 1-bedrooms, 19 2-bedrooms, 16 3-bedrooms with 12 bicycle parking spaces throughout the site. The amount of spaces provided is 160. To the south, you'll see this is a potential 42-foot easement. And in this red box are 6 parking spaces, which may be removed if this is developed. I will go into that later in the presentation. The open space provided is 51,169, which is 20,000 over the required amount. And what it consists of is playground, dog park, placita, and outdoor amenities. At the front, when you enter Agua Fria, there is also the 1,000 square foot retail commercial. The site currently proposed will provide 10% affordable housing units with 5% B and low, which means 13 affordable units of the 130. So now what is the difference between mixed use and C2 and why is it being proposed that way? So mixed use is interesting, is the only zone where density is regulated by building height. Whereas C2, even though there is not a cap for density, since there is no minimum density, the C2 district density is performance-based and is supported on the infrastructure that can support it, which is determined by the departmental development review team, which I'll go into. C2 also only allows for a 45-foot max, which the applicant is proposing. Mixed use only goes up to 38 with our new code. The reason we're for that slight increase is to really incorporate our modern green infrastructure. Roofs, there has to be a little bit more spacing. C2 does allow 20% or requires limits 60% lot coverage. The open space requirement is the same, 250 square feet per dwelling unit. But the setbacks is also where it gets interesting. If a project is abutting a residential zone, it's a 30-foot setback, whereas in C2, it's 0 foot all around. The application also was accompanied by a parking reduction study. Again, the required amount of parking space is 185. The amount being provided by the applicant is 160. And based on the traffic impact analysis that is completed through National Transportation or the Institute of Transportation of Engineers, they provide numbers, traffic numbers. Actually, Jennifer does a great job at explaining that, so I will defer that. But eventually, based on that parking study, in the size of the project, it was determined only 123 spaces are provided. So they still are providing more than what national studies recommend. But the site is adjacent to the Route 1 Agua Fria bus route. It is also along a bike shared lane. The Santa Fe Trail is also adjacent. There are multiple work, live, and commercial amenities within a 5, 10, 15 walking distance. So that is one reason why staff did consider or does accept this reduction of 25 spaces, which may increase to 31 if this 42-foot easement to the south is developed. Now, the reason why this 42-foot easement is created or conditioned by the MPO is because Isaiah Lane here to the east dead ends at a residential property. Now, if and when this property ever becomes vacant, the city can purchase it. The opportunity to punch a road from Isaiah Lane to Cooks Road can be an option. I do have the MPO. All right, I'll get there in a sec. This project has been in review for quite a while. The initial early neighborhood notification meeting took place January 24th, 2024, and a second one 3 months thereafter, which the primary concerns related to affordable housing, adjacent industrial use, traffic, parking, zoning definitions and dimensions, such forth. Now, after an ENN's early neighborhood notification meetings are held, applicants submit their application and staff transmits it to the development review team. And this consists of fire marshal, traffic engineer, city terrain management, landscape, water, wastewater, you name it, geology, everything. A lot of them deferred their comments at the time of development plan because master plans, although they are the comprehensive plan, a lot of their review must take plan at development plan. Just the way how they like to operate. But one comment from our traffic engineer is for the TIA, the applicant's traffic impact analysis was approved. And the requests were for off-site infrastructure improvements that included installing a right turn deacceleration lane totaling 110 feet and a two-way left turn lane at the intersection of Agua Fria. I do have Eric Ayune, the MPO Division Director, available on Zoom if you have questions about the 42-foot easement. Fabiola Chavez, Director of Affordable Housing, is here to discuss affordable housing questions you may have. And Leroy Pacheco, our traffic engineer, is also here to discuss TIA questions you may have as they come up. Additionally, this just didn't fit on the last slide. An archaeological clearance will be required for a future development plan. Again, as I reiterated, the comprehensive plan, the master plan provides a comprehensive plan that just must be followed during the development plan review. So future scrutiny will happen, future neighborhood input will happen. This public hearing was duly notified with the site posts being posted 15 days prior to the public hearing, January 27th. Letters sent out to neighbors within 300 feet, and the first 100 feet being certified mail. The legal posting was published in the New Mexican, also on the 27th. And at the July 17th, 2025 public hearing, the Planning Commission found that the applicant met the approval criteria and did recommend approval to this governing body to approve case number 2024-8901 and 2024-8902 at 2768 Agua Fria. Those are the motions before you tonight, and I can stand for questions if you have them.
Okay, to the questions here in a moment.
Thank you.
With that, let's now move to the applicant, please.
Good evening, Mayor Garcia, councilors. I'm Jennifer Jenkins with Jenkins Gavin here on behalf of the applicant. I'm prepared to be sworn.
Thank you. Do you solemnly declare and affirm that the testimony you have in reference to this item shall be the truth and nothing but the truth, and do this under the penalties of perjury?
I do.
Thank you.
Thank you. And if Zoom. I'm still a little afraid of the AV system. I've had some missteps over the years, so. Alrighty, thank you. So as I mentioned, I am Jennifer Jenkins with Jenkins Gavin, also joined by Angelica Wolf with Jenkins Gavin. And we are here on behalf of Coldwater Development Fund, also joined by Hunter Redmond with Architectural Alliance, who is the architect of record, and civil engineering services provided by Civil Design Group, and traffic engineering and transportation engineering for our parking study provided by Bohannon Houston. So the request before you this evening, we are requesting to rezone a slightly over 4-acre parcel on Agua Fria Street from mixed use to C2. Joel covered those details very thoroughly, so don't need to spend a lot of time on that. And also a master plan that will really regulate and govern how the property is developed in the future. It's at a conceptual level, but it definitely kind of defines the intent of the development, or 130 unit multifamily community in a small commercial space. And then we also are requesting a parking reduction and based upon the parking demand study that was prepared. We had 2 early neighborhood notification meetings where there were some significant modifications to the site plan in response to feedback we received. Most significantly, the project went from 150 units down to 130, and we just moved some things around in terms of how the buildings are on the site in order to address some of the comments that we received. And then, as Joel mentioned, back in July, the Planning Commission recommended approval of both applications. So this is our subject property. We are just east of the Siler intersection off Agua Fria, 4.12 acres. To the east of us, if you've been to Escondido, which is really fantastic, in the El Camino Crossing community just east of us, that is there. And then we have some warehouse development and some residential development. So this is, the Agua Fria corridor is an incredibly diverse mixed use corridor. I mean, anything that land use that is represented in the corridor, especially in this segment. Kind of look at the Osage to Siler segment of the corridor, which is what would be ours. It is incredibly diverse and really is, I think speaks to the general plan that says we should have a mix of uses everywhere in the city, not just some places, all places. We should have a mix of housing types everywhere in the city, not just some neighborhoods. Nope, we can't do that over there, but we'll do it over here. No, the general plan is unambiguous about this. Mix of housing types and mix of uses in all areas of the city. So our future land use map, we are transitional mixed use, which aligns with the proposed C2 zoning. So as a lot of you know, and maybe some of the newer counselors, welcome, by the way, may not be aware, anytime we're coming in with a rezone, the first step is, does what you're asking for align with the general plan? That's the first step. And if it doesn't, you need to amend, you need to request to have an amendment to that general. Well, the zoning that we're requesting tonight does align with the general plan. And so this shows the existing zoning in the area. So the purple is mixed use, and you can see we have a little bit of that over in El Camino Crossing to the east. We have quite a bit of C2 commercial across the street along Agua Fria. We have some industrial zoning. We have some residential zoning. Like I said, it's a diverse neighborhood. So these are the existing conditions. As you can see from these topographical contours here, the site is relatively flat, very suited for development. We do have an existing trunk sewer line that bisects the property here. And then we have access to water infrastructure in Agua Fria, as well as in Cooks Road. What that enables us to do is actually to loop the water line through the project, which is really important for redundancy with respect to the water supply and maintaining really excellent fire flows. So we are proposing water connections at both Cooks Road and in Agua Fria. So this is just kind of zooming out, kind of looking at the neighborhood a little bit. As Joel pointed out, Tumbleroot's across the street, which is great. We have the Escondido restaurant. We have some future multifamily on Boylan Lane that is in the works. A little off the map here. You can see it right here. That's Acequia Lofts, which is a really sweet multifamily community that was completed a few years ago. We make Santa Fe. So we're really in this Siler Rufina kind of nexus area, adjacent to that, which there's a lot of really cool dynamic things. The Siler Yard Apartments for Artists is just down Siler Road, Piccolino Restaurant. So this is, in a lot of cool ways, a very walkable, dynamic neighborhood. And when we have that walkability and we have access to public transit, those are the prime locations where we should be looking at opportunities to increase density. So this is I'm going to zoom in on the site plan, but this is just sort of our site plan in context with our surroundings. So we are proposing one access point from Agua Fria Street that will be served by a dedicated right turn lane. So eastbound traffic on Agua Fria can get out of that through lane and get into a dedicated right turn lane. It'll be constructed for this purpose. Also building brand new sidewalk along Agua Fria. And so we come in and then we have our first building. Our front building is only a 2-story building. And we did that intentionally because we really wanted to have our streetscape along Agua Fria. We wanted to bring that down a little bit because we felt like it fits in with the character of that Agua Fria streetscape. And then as you move south deeper into the project, we have two additional 3-story buildings. And so the drive lane and the associated parking kind of snakes through the project. And we have outdoor amenities that include just kind of outdoor gathering space. We have a playground. We have a clubhouse. We have a pool. We're looking at a little dog park area. So a lot of really great outdoor amenities for the residents. So this just kind of, I've flipped the script here just so we can zoom in on the site plan. So we have Agua Fria to the west. And so Joel did touch on this, but I just think it bears repeating. Let me actually run back slide. So in the El Camino Crossing community here, you can see Isaiah Lane. And when this subdivision was developed, it was intentionally basically stubbed out to the west property boundary of this subdivision, with the idea that someday it might be possible to extend that roadway. And because in the Agua Fria area, we have those kind of that pattern of kind of those long, skinny lot, those old agricultural lot pattern, which creates a lot of challenges with those additional east-west connections. So that means, Agua Fria, that's where the cars go, right? Because we don't have as many of those east-west connections kind of off of Agua Fria. So the MPO is always looking for opportunities to increase those east-west connections. So after we submitted, they saw Isaiah Lane and they saw Cooks Lane, which is on our west side. Said, no, it'd be really great if we could preserve some space here. Does anybody know when this is going to happen? No, nobody has a crystal ball. And really what needs to happen is obviously they're intervening properties. So if for example, I could see if this property comes in and asks to be redeveloped, maybe they ask to be upzoned, maybe they, want to do a different type of land use there. That would be the time that the city would say, you know what? We want you to construct this connection to serve your project. So that's how that could potentially play out. So we modified the site plan in order to accommodate a 40-foot-2 easement that could be a future dedicated right-of-way. And then let me just go back to, so in addition to our primary access on Agua Fria, at our southwest corner, we have a gated emergency access out to Cooks Lane. So, so that was requested by the fire department. And so we do have 2 points of emergency access, ingress and egress, but we also have a pedestrian connection there. Because if somebody wants to get over quickly, over to Siler Road, Cooks Lane would be, kind of that most direct route. So we want to maintain really good pedestrian connectivity as well. So just touching on some of the details of the master plan, we have a really great diversity of unit types, so we can serve all different kinds of individuals and families. And as Joel mentioned, 10% of the units will be set aside as affordable units in accordance with the Santa Fe Homes program. We have 3/4 of an acre of dedicated open space. And I do want to point out, I think Joel touched on this. So in this area here, we have just some green space. We have a little placita here, which you kind of cross through to get to the clubhouse. Our open space that we're setting aside does not include these areas. It's not in the calculation, because if that road is constructed, that open space is going to go away. So our compliance with the regulations is assuming that this open space essentially doesn't exist. And the same is true. We have these 6 parking spaces right here. If this road is constructed at some point in the future, those 6 parking spaces will go away. So we're providing 160 right now. The worst case would be 154. So I just want to touch on a little bit about the parking demand study. I have, the city code does say, if you want to request a reduction in parking, which I think we all know is especially under the new code update, there are a lot of mechanisms to reduce parking. And it has become a really high priority in land use and in the planning field generally. And so we hired an outside transportation planner to assess what the actual parking demand for this project in this specific location. So it's not just what are the national standards or whatever. It's like really looking at the context of this particular site. So as we talked about access to multimodal transportation, Santa Fe Rail Trails, the River Trail is, 1/3 of a mile down the road. And within walking distance to a lot of employment. I was actually surprised by how much employment opportunities there are in this neighborhood, as well as different types of services. And in this particular census tract, they learned that there are higher rates of 0 vehicle households than there are compared to the rest of the city. And then this is a key thing. There's something that we refer to as parking management strategies. And one of the parking management strategies here is that if you own a car, you pay for your parking space. We as Americans, we think we should be able to park our car for free everywhere we go, no matter what, right? And if you don't own a car and you're not using a parking space, you don't pay for parking. So this is a parking management strategy that actually supports affordability and equity in terms of how parking is managed. And then we also, as we said, we have a small commercial space. So we have a shared parking between the residential uses because their peak demand times are different times a day, right? So the commercial space, you're going to see more activity during the day, and it's only 5 parking spaces. I mean, it's not that many spaces that the commercial is requiring. And then the peak demand for the residences is going to be, at night. So shared parking is something that is as well also mentioned, I know he did like my presentation for me. The Institute of Transportation Engineers is a national institution that governs the how traffic impact analyses are conducted, and they look at parking. They look at a lot of things at a national level, and what they have seen in terms of national statistics is that the parking demand for this type of multifamily project in this type of context is 0.68 spaces per bedroom. That's interesting. That's the way they calculate it, which results in about 123 spaces. Now, if you wanted to take a more conservative approach and look at the 85th percentile, that would push us to 156, and we're providing 160. So we feel like that we've really, I think, hit the sweet spot. We're not being too aggressive here on parking, but we think that this is an appropriate reduction for this project in this location. And so this just shows, you know, this shows the bikeways. This shows, of course, Route 1 along Agua Fria Street, which is a high frequency bus route. And so the yellow and the orange and the blue are bikeways as well. And then, of course, here is the Santa Fe River Trail, which gets you right downtown. And this is this is kind of the heat map for employment in within the maximum distance here is a 20-minute walk. So that would be even a shorter bike ride. And there is significant employment within this vicinity. So I want to touch on real quick compliance with the general plan. So when we look at rezoning as well as master plans, the key metric is how does this proposal comply with the city's general plan, which is that governing planning document. So these are pretty self-explanatory. I could talk about these things all night if you want, but obviously encouraging and supporting affordable housing. That goes without saying. The next three are aligned and touch on some similar themes. Infill. We should not be growing at our edges and sprawling at our edges. We need to be filling in internal to our community. We have efficient use of existing infrastructure and existing transportation improvements and access to employment and services. There are so many reasons why infill is an appropriate growth strategy. And we need to be encouraging compact development, higher densities, and a compact urban form. And as I mentioned in the beginning of my presentation, a mix of all housing types and mixed use in all areas of the city. And of course, transportation alternative. Where we have those multimodal options is where density needs to be, so we can take full advantage of that. And then, of course, economic diversity with respect to the affordable housing component. We're serving a diverse economic demographic, but also the critical piece that housing plays in economic development in this community, in terms of employers being able to attract talent and retain talent by having good and a variety of housing options in this community. So we, of course, conducted a traffic impact analysis. So what this is showing is the intersections that were analyzed. So we don't get to decide as the applicant which intersections we want to study. City of Santa Fe Public Works Department tells us which intersections we are to study. And traffic studies are based on how intersections function, because those are the choke points of any transportation or roadway network, right? If you don't have any stoplights or any stop signs, you're just cruising down the road, you're going to get to your destination pretty quick, right? So, so it really is about how do these intersections function? So we analyzed 5 intersections, starting with, we have Agua Fria and Harrison, Agua Fria and Siler over here. We have Siler and Siler Park Lane, which is down here. We have Agua Fria and Siler Park Lane, which is up here. And then we, of course, have our proposed access to Agua Fria. And so the first step in any traffic study is we go out and we literally count cars. And we count them in the morning rush hour, which is called the AM peak hour. And then we count them in the afternoon, late afternoon, early evening rush hour or peak hour. And we don't just say how many cars move through the intersection. We say how many cars turn right, how many cars turn left, how many cars went straight through the intersection, how many westbound cars turned right, how many eastbound cars turned left. It's very, very granular. And so then we determine on the existing conditions today, how do these intersections function? And that's based on a level of service. It's like a grading system. And it's based upon how much delay do the cars experience moving through that particular intersection at a particular pinpointed time of day. And so there are different standards, and these standards are established by the Institute of Transportation Engineers. There are slightly different standards for signalized or unsignalized intersections. And so if you have minimal delay, less than 10 seconds, you're an A, you're fabulous. And then as the delay increases, the grade goes down. And so when you're looking at a busy kind of urban area that we're in and where this particular project is located, anything in the B, C, D area is considered pretty great because these are busy areas and busy streets. And then when you get down to F, you basically have a failing, either you can have a failing intersection or you can have an intersection that 95% of the time works great. But at 5 o'clock, that left turn is a bear. And for 10 minutes at 5 o'clock, you're going to have a failing turning movement. The rest of the time works just fine. So the next step after we get the baseline of the existing conditions, you say, well, how much traffic is this project going to generate? Also determined by the ITE. We don't get to decide that. So we layer it on top. We project into the future where the project's going to get built in 2 years. So it's 2 years from now, we're going to take the existing traffic, but we're going to add a background growth rate. We're not going to assume the population stays static, right? Even though Santa Fe's population has to some degree over, long periods of time, but we add a background growth rate of 1%, and that becomes exponential each year. So we assume the background traffic, the existing traffic grows. We put our traffic on top, and we analyze all those intersections again to determine are we able to maintain acceptable levels of service in what we call the build condition. So as you can see here, starting with Agua Fria and Siler, which is our signalized intersection, it currently operates as a C. It's a busy intersection in urban area. It's pretty good level of service. In the no build, so we project forward, adding that 1% growth rate, and we maintain level of service C. And then in the build condition, assuming this community is built and occupied, we also retain a level of service C. So then we go down the street to Agua Fria and Harrison. So with unsignalized intersections, we're actually looking at each turning movement because they don't establish like an overall level of service for unsignalized intersections. I'm not quite sure why, but they don't. So you can see we have all the different approaches: eastbound, westbound, northbound, and southbound. And as you can see, there is no change in the level of service from the existing to the build condition. Agua Fria and Siler Park Lane. Again, no change. A's and B's, really good levels of service. Siler Road and Siler Park Lane. Again, no change. And then at our project access, of course, which is only applicable in the build condition, we have levels of service A on the approach from Agua Fria, and then exiting the property in the AM and PM, we're at a level of service. So not too long ago, back in 23, the city commissioned a corridor study for Agua Fria. It is actually a really interesting document, and it looks at what are the existing conditions. It kind of talks about what are the existing levels of service. What are different types of improvements that could be made along Agua Fria to improve operations and to improve safety And there are a bunch of them, and they have all these different scenarios. I mean, the first scenario is just rebuild the whole thing. And it's just like, okay, how much is that going to cost? But then there's a lot of other more, smaller measures and smaller steps that can be taken to improve safety and operations. So interestingly, they analyzed crash records over a 10-year period from 2010 to 2020. And 62% of the crashes were rear end collisions. I'm like, that's really interesting. And so what they point out is dedicated turn lanes, whether it's a left turn lane or a right turn lane, have a huge impact on preventing rear end collisions. And so our traffic study incorporated findings from the corridor study. So it was reviewed and considered in terms of our own analysis. But the Federal Highway Association, their proven safety countermeasures book states that installing dedicated right turn lanes may reduce the number of crashes by 14 to 26%. So this is part of what is driving the installation of a dedicated right turn lane to serve this community. That concludes my presentation. Thank you very much for your attention, and I'd be happy to stand for any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Jenkins. We will now move on to the public comment portion of the public hearing. Are there any members of the public that would like to speak to this item? Okay, and so I believe you've got to be sworn in, sir. So
Raise your right hand, state your name.
Name is Santos Montoya.
Do you solemnly declare and affirm that the testimony you have in reference to this item is the truth and nothing but the truth, and do this under the penalties of perjury?
Yes, thank you. Michael Garcia, Mayor, thank you for being a mayor, sir. City Council, thank you so much for your staff. Anyway, I lived there. My grandpa, my father, myself, it's already 4 or 5 generations. We've been living on that property like pretty close to 200 years. When I was a younger kid, we used to play on that field, and we called it the Llanito. All of us would get out there and play baseball and stuff on the Llanito, no? But anyway, this is the 3rd time that I've seen this. The zoning changed on this property. First, they zoned it to commercial, then light, and then back to commercial again. So, I like to see the plans on this buildings and think that they're going to be building. And I would like to have it all commercial, no residential whatsoever at all. I think it'd be better for all the neighborhood, because there are so many residential apartments in Santa Fe that are going up. And I think we need more business coming in. And I think it'd be a better neighborhood with a commercial on that area. And I want to wish the builders good luck, and I want to be a good neighbor. So, thank you.
thank you. Are there any other members of the public that would like to speak to this?
So I just have a question.
1 second if she can swear you in.
State your name.
Gina Maria Opalescent.
Do you solemnly declare and affirm that the testimony you have in reference to this item shall be the truth and nothing but the truth, and do this under the penalties of perjury?
Yes.
Thank you.
So, I just have a question in regard to the parking situation. I understand that there's been some kind of waiver, as you mentioned, to reduce the number of parking spots, but I'm wondering about accessible parking. And I know in so many places, there are those two different kinds of, I call them aisles, I guess, I don't know what to call them. Where the stripes are, sorry. So the thing is, many times if I park in one that has the narrow stripes, my ramp goes down, I get out, and my knees are right on the car next to me, and I can't get off the ramp. And I always feel like, and there I am. Now, I can't go backwards up my ramp because I can't see behind. Very different. So I just sit there and go, call the press, and then I call someone, either at the store or something, until someone comes along and helps. But it's a pain in the. And I would like to be able to have accessible parking there. Thank you.
Yeah, we'll have to wait until, so Ms. Opalescent, just kind of same procedures from last time. We won't be able to respond, but any of the governing body members or staff or the applicant will be able to potentially respond to the question. Any other members of the public?
I've already been sworn in. Right?
Oh, you gotta be sworn in.
Do you solemnly declare and affirm that the testimony you have in reference to this item shall be the truth and nothing but the truth, and do this under the penalties of perjury?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Thank you. I guess I'm here too often. I think I've been sworn in. I actually am in favor of infill and of mixed use. And it's a little hard for me to completely visualize what's happening here. I will say that compared to a recent other project that had, I thought, really faulty ways of addressing the traffic, and of course, I'm speaking about the Marriott Hotel, which, the evidently the people who did the traffic study actually did not recommend that place. This is a little bit different, and I think it's being approached in a somewhat better way. And I'm going to be interested to see how things develop. I'm also interested in, I'm wondering about, I think it's wonderful that the woman mentioned about handicap stuff. I am not considered handicapped. Actually, I think I am sometimes, but I don't like seeing other people having a hard time dealing with handicap situations. So I'm glad that she mentioned that. I also am interested in if there are going to be people who are living there a long time, are there going to be places for electric cars? And I'm hoping there's going to be that. I think this is a better project than I was expecting, but I don't really know exactly. So I just wanted to speak today because it'll be easier for me to come back and speak again. I didn't hear exactly what just quickly, I'll say, I didn't hear exactly what the traffic study recommended. I'll listen for that again another time.
Any other members of the public here in the chambers? Madam City Clerk, is there any member of the public online to comment?
Yes, Mayor. We'll start with Brian Nguyen.
Yes, thanks again, Mayor and council members. So my name again is Brian.
Mr. Nguyen, may I please swear you in, please?
Yeah, of course.
Do you solemnly declare and affirm that the testimony you have in reference to this item shall be the truth and nothing but the truth, and do this under the penalties of perjury?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Yes, so my father and I, we own the property adjacent to the project just east of it at 2754 Agua Fria. We've had the property since the early 90s, and we've obviously seen the transition from that corridor to Agua Fria corridor and then pretty much the gentrification of the area. I know that there was another developer who owned the property next door, and we actually saw some plans that he had because we were interested in purchasing that lot years ago. And our concern is that the density, right? You're asking for a modification from mixed use to commercial because the mixed use limitation is 12 units per acre. We're on 1 acre, we have 12 units. So the equivalent of that for this project at 1 or 12 units per acre is about 50 units. 130 is to us quite dense. And I know Jennifer mentioned that you guys have done studies. I've been there several times checking the properties. I'm always going up there. And it's crowded there now. We've got that HomeWise development, and we thought they did a really good job with that development in terms of, and I think they kept to the 12 units per acre. And then now I know there's a little bit more dense properties coming in, but our concern is that as develops. I know you asked for 150 initially, but that's part of real estate development. You ask for more, and you negotiate less. My concern is that how dense that is and the amount of traffic it's going to create. And I feel like it's going to take away from the character of that corridor. It's a very old neighborhood. So yeah, that's something we like to see in terms of the studies in the future.
Thank you. Any other members of the public that are online that would like to provide public comment?
Yes, Mayor. Stephanie Benenato.
Stephanie Benenato, I know you want to swear me in, and I hope you won't start the time until after you swear me in.
Ms. Benenato, do you solemnly declare and affirm that the testimony you have in reference to this item shall be the truth and nothing but the truth, and do this under the penalties of perjury?
Yes.
Thank you.
I just want to make some comments. Number one, this doesn't touch a C2, a 1 or C2 zone, which my understanding was that if you were going to change zoning, it should be touching a similar zoning. It doesn't take 7 extra feet to comply with the green code. And I think there's a lot of assumptions here about use of bikes and buses, and that buses go to where people work or that people will work in that area. I wonder how long the units that are affordable will be affordable. I wonder what the rents are going to be there, given that there's a pool and a clubhouse. Do you pay extra for the pool and the clubhouse since you're going to pay extra for parking? Does it take the parking? Does that calculation take into account? It assumes again that people are going to bike to work or take a bus, but does it take into account people who work from home? And in terms of the commercial space overlapping with the residential space, do they pay for that parking? And does that take into account the people working at the commercial space or not? And what if you don't have a car, but somebody comes and visits you and has a car, where do they park? So these are just some questions that I have listening to this plan. And I'm always a little uneasy about reducing parking because I think this whole overlap doesn't necessarily work out. I think it doesn't take into account the realities of how people use cars and bikes together. And I'm concerned also about this affordability and this whole amenity. Nice to have a pool and a clubhouse, but how much more does that add on to the rent? And what are these rents? What's the range of rents for these units? Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other members of the public, either online or in the chamber, that would like to speak to this item?
Mayor, no hands are raised in the Zoom room.
Okay. Seeing none in the chamber, I'll go ahead and move forward to questions from governing body members. Councilor Garcia and then Councilor Bustamante.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think I have a question real quick for the applicant, if Ms. Jenkins could come to the podium. Thank you for being here and thank you for the presentation. As is your job, you're here to sell this project and get this zoning changed. And I think it is our responsibility as a governing body, because ultimately is us to either approve or deny this. And we have to keep in mind that the zoning change is completely discretionary on our end. The recommendations have come from the planning commission, who did a lot of work, and so have you all, to try to push this forward. I do want to ask a couple questions, and I think Ms. Beninato raised a really good question there, and her points is the surrounding properties. Can you go into maybe pull up the map of the actual property? And can you kind of identify the zoning of the surrounding properties that they will be next to this current property, please?
Garcia, Counselor Garcia, counselors. So the subject property is here shown in purple. So just looking at it, looking across the street on Agua Fria, we have a little piece of industrial zoning right kind of off the page. And we have several C2 tracts, significant size C2 tracts across the street. Then we have some low density residential that is sort of interspersed. These are parcels that have, have not yet, have moved forward with any sort of redevelopment effort. Then on the south side of Agua Fria, to our west, we have primarily industrial. That is the area that's between us and Siler Road. And to our south is the light purple is light industrial, or I-1. So we have a little piece of I-1 just to our east, and then we have our 2 residential, 2 dwellings per acre for these residential tracts to the east, then more I-1 to the south. And then as we move a little further east, this is R6, I believe, and the El Camino Crossing subdivision here, and then mixed use where their live, work, and their commercial spaces are to the north. And we have some higher densities of R12 and R21 over here. And then the yellow is more R5. So it's quite a variety.
Thank you. And so is there any, I don't know, maybe this, and I'll ask this question in a second, but so changing it from mixed use to a C2 zoning is going to allow for a maximum of how many units?
There is no maximum in C2. There's no maximum permissible density in C2. However, our master plan will govern future development. So our master plan limits us to 130.
Thank you. And then if your zoning request is granted and the master plan is granted, what's the height of these buildings?
We have a combination of 2 and 3-story buildings. So your 2-story buildings are going to be usually around 28 feet is pretty typical. And our 3-story buildings are usually going to see 36, 38 feet, 3-story building.
Thank you. Okay, I think I got a pretty good idea of what that looks like. I have a question for staff.
Councilor Garcia.
Yes, thank you for being here and for your presentation. So it was stated in the presentation that the general plan, which is 1999, obviously, and that's what we're working off of, correct?
Yeah.
Currently, correct? 'Cause
Correct, yes.
we don't have a new general plan, and I think that we've been given the task over, and I started on the planning commission in 2018, so it's seen a lot of these cases come through all the way through now to the governing body, which obviously is again at our discretion to change the zoning or not. How well, because it aligns with the 1999 general plan and it follows it, how is this change going to align with what our future general plan, and because we're going through that now? and I don't think we have an exact target date of when that's going to be finished. But because we are having to piecemeal every single project that comes to us to whether we say yes or no, and how well does this fit in the community that it's being presented? So how will this possibly align into the future general plan?
Mayor, Mayor Garcia, Councilor Garcia, thank you for your question. Well, first off, this application, obviously, we reviewed it for the 1999 general plan. If our newest comprehensive plan is not approved by the time the development plan for this project is submitted, the general plan policies that we would have to review for would be the 1999. If these new comprehensive plan update is approved before the development plan for this project is submitted, then we would reference that new comp plan. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, it does. And I think that that would put more pressure on the development of this property to get it done, or else it stops and they have to try to adhere to the new general plan. So that makes sense. Question going back towards the alignment of the zoning. Is there any rules that we have that would, for continuity of C2 zoning, have adjacent properties that are required?
Well, I think to answer your question, the future comp plan will designate the Agua Fria corridor as a future commercial. So we may see more C2, more mixed use in that future land use designation, which will promote more variety of land uses and also allow for density greater, as long as the infrastructure and the parcel can provide for it based on its own land restrictions.
Okay, so then, I mean, then it's not a requirement, I guess is what you're saying.
No.
Okay, thank you. And again, we're tasked as a governing body to try to decipher whether we feel this is a fit for this area, because all we have is the 99 general plan that we can refer to. How well I mean, I guess this might be a question for my governing body colleagues up here, but you know, there wasn't really mention of a kind of heavy industrial lot right next door to this. And so, you know, it's a salvage yard and I've been there many times. So how will this flow in between the residential on one side and the industrial? Because, you know, as we have obviously industrial, that used to be the outskirts of town. And now it's smack dab in the middle, and we're trying to infill and create a future Santa Fe, correct? But I'm going back to looking at what the industrial, how having a pretty heavily used industrial area will be in regards to now having another pretty high densely created development plan right next door. And so just some of those concerns, I do see, you know, the size of the property and the amount of units that are going to be on there, but still want to just focus on, is the changing in zoning the best appropriate change for this property, and giving all respect to building housing and all that stuff. But you know, I just have those concerns because will we push our industrial areas out, and where do they go? And giving due respect to the current zoning and how it is. So it's up to us. We're having to piecemeal this and make this difficult decision of whether it fits or it doesn't fit. Why the C2 zoning? Because we can pretty much build a lot of amenities, and which is commercial use, and housing is a commercial use, especially in this capacity. But just a few of my concerns. Maybe I'll yield to the rest of my counselors if they have any questions, and it seems like some others do. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilor Garcia.
Councilor Bustamante.
Thank you, Mayor. So this is concerning affordability. I want to call attention to Section E, Memo Attachment 10, E&N Meeting Notes, Agua Fria Multifamily, E&N number 1, which was dated 1/24/24. So the comment made by the public was there are acequias on the property that need to be cared for. This is too high a density for the area and it's not affordable for anyone local. The response is, just for clarity, affordable homes are never advertised at the affordable rate. They are advertised at market rate, and the affordability takes place behind the census. I assume that's a typo. So not as to affect the market. And so I have concerns with this approach. Specifically, what I'm wondering is, how do people then looking for an affordable rate find those units available? And at what point is that affordability rate disclosed? Because my concern with this is that, one, it makes it far more difficult for people to find these. Now, I did a quick tour through the city site, through affordable housing, and it's pretty easy to find a list of sites that are affordable. And I did reach out to staff about this, but I think we maybe got some wires crossed, because most of the answers I received were pertaining to single-family homes, not the multifamily developments. And so my biggest concern here is that somebody would go in to apply for this, have to pay an application fee, get a credit check run, only to be told then, oh, we don't have those affordable units available.
Thank you, Mayor Garcia, Councilor Bustamante. That's actually a really good question. And I think the nature of that dialogue at the ENN meeting, as I recall, it was a couple of years ago, was sometimes we hear concerns about property value impacts with affordable housing. And so when we talk about what is advertised, it's that the way that is handled is in a way that, like, it's not going to impact how an appraiser is going to appraise somebody's property relative to affordable rental rates. So that was kind of the purpose of that discussion. With respect to the affordable units, each of the prospective tenants are income qualified, and we have to work with either the city of Santa Fe or a local nonprofit to go through that income qualification process. The city's Office of Affordable Housing will absolutely know what we have available. And so, and there are waiting lists. I mean, there are waiting lists. The city has waiting lists. The Housing Trust has waiting lists. And so there are plenty of methods of outreach to, because those units will be the first ones to go. Absolutely. So we're not, holding our cards too close to the vest here. That is absolutely not the intent. So I think that dialogue was kind of focused on a little bit of a different question. And so that is, that's how that will work.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, it's just something I want to bring up, especially as we prepare to head into a study session about affordable housing. I think this topic deserves a little more scrutiny. So thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councilor Cassett.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, everyone, for being here. I think I may have a couple questions for the applicant to start off. Let's pop back to parking for a minute. So regarding the kind of pay to park program, you will have affordable units there. If those individuals have cars, will they also be required to pay to park? Or because of the fact that these are affordable units and we know that these are individuals who have challenges with income to begin with, will there be exceptions?
So thank you, Mayor Garcia, Councilor Cassett, and councilors. So there is language in the Santa Fe Homes Program ordinance that talks about, because every apartment has additional fee structure. You pay for your trash removed, you pay for, whatever it is. And so there are limitations on that for the affordable. It's a really good question for those affordable units. So that is really addressed in the ordinance. And so we will be constrained by that. So whatever, if those constraints mean, you know what, we got to throw in the parking because we're going to exceed that threshold, then that's what we will do. But we will comply with what those threshold limitations are in the ordinance.
Okay, wonderful. And then that, I guess that would also apply to, I know you mentioned a pool, potentially a dog park.
Open to everybody. Nobody pays to use the pool or the clubhouse or the fitness center or any of those amenities.
Well, are there like HOA fees or
The
fees that,
like I said, there are a variety of
there?
fees in
Okay.
in multifamily communities that in addition to the rent. But like I said, there are some guardrails that the city's ordinance does have in place for that.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you. And then, there were some questions around accessible parking, around electric vehicle parking. Can you speak to what was brought up by members of the public?
Currently, we're showing 8 accessible spaces, which is in compliance with code. And I do want to point out that this master plan and rezone is being considered under the current general plan. And we also submitted this under the old Chapter 14 Land Development Code. But our development plan, which will, where we get in all the details of the engineering, will be submitted under the new code, right? So it's possible we may have to have more accessible parking because there might be some changes in the new code that we have to incorporate. And the state energy code does require charging stations. And so we will be doing that as well. And so there are some elements that are going to be incorporated at the development plan stage that we don't see today because of the new rewrite.
Got it. Thank you. And then in terms of surrounding street parking, what does that look like in it's around, I mean,
There is no surrounding street parking.
Okay. All right. So parking is what it is on site.
I mean, theoretically, I guess, Cooks Road, we have a pedestrian access there. So, somebody could park on Cooks Road and walk through the gate and go up to, visit a friend or something. I mean, that would be feasible.
Yes, that's where I was considering surrounding as well. So, and I'm not familiar with all the little side streets. So
That's really the side street that we would have access to. So yeah, that's a viable possibility.
okay. All right. Thank you. Because I know that's been a big part of the conversation with the code update in regards to parking is how do we better utilize street parking and consider street parking as part of the development's parking as well as, shared parking with commercial. Do you have some questions for staff? Regarding our future land use map, correct me if I'm wrong, has this as transitional mixed use?
Correct.
I don't know if this is a zoning category. Is this a zoning category or I haven't heard of it before. And is it just what we decided to, well, not we, that was, as I said, CAPTCHA, but what was decided to put in the general plan, in the future land use map. And if this is not an actual zoning category, what would be the zones that would be considered transitional mixed use per the thinking of the 1999 general plan?
So in the 1990 general plan, mixed use, transitional mixed use, general commercial, light industrial, heavy industrial, those are all themes that they set forth. The transitional mixed use, like as I mentioned, does promote high density, medium density, and mix of uses. And that's why the C2 zoning, so that's the general plan are just themes. The zoning is where we implement the code, our ordinance. And through there, by C2 and mixed use meet the exact theme of transitional mixed use. So that's why C2 and mixed use are a viable zone to meet the transitional theme for the 1999 general plan.
Got it. So if we had like transitional mixed use and it's this umbrella and these various terms, C2 would fall under that, mixed use zoning would fall under that. So we feel that's why there's a staff recommendation that this is in line with the future land use map of the 1999.
That is exactly correct. And I would also like to add that it should go without saying that the parking reduction for individual units, the city would not enforce that. That would be the property management company.
Right.
Just to make clear.
Yes. Oh yeah.
For sure.
Don't worry.
All right.
I know we don't have the capacity for that.
Of course.
And then let's talk about mixed use zoning for a minute because this is mixed use. And our mixed use zoning is not functional, and I don't know if this is, if you want to answer this question, Dan, I see you in the background. I know you can answer this question. We've had this conversation a number of times, but I think that that is important for context as to why we frequently see, I'm not even sure we've had something that has been successfully developed under mixed use. I think maybe Dan, you and I talked about one development that you remember. But there's a lot of issues besides just the density with our mixed use zoning requirements. Are you able to speak to those? Because I think that that is really important, why we frequently see this rezone request from mixed use to C2. And part of it is a flaw in the mixed use zoning requirements.
Yeah, I mean, other than limiting density units by height restriction, that is difficult. I think one thing is the 30-foot setback of when abutting a residential district. That does severely limit the amount of space that can be developed. And as Jennifer mentioned, the Agua Fria corridor is historically known for those long, skinny lots. So if we're limiting setback wise, what can be developed there on those long skinny lots? Nothing really might not fit in those lots per se. So that's my 2 cents. But then again, you mentioned Dan is here, who's gone through a lot more of these reviews and decisions. But that's, if he's nodding his head behind me, then I believe I answered it. If not, I'll let him add more.
Dan, anything to add or? He's good.
Slowly.
He's sitting there saying, Jamie, we've had this conversation 50 times. Do you really want me to have it again with you?
Mayor, Councilor Cassett, I think Will hit it on the head. The mixed use development, the mixed use zoning is quite limited. It's always, nobody really has a good handle on how to pencil it out because of its limitations. I think Jennifer did one, so there's actually 2 that I've seen in the 20 years that I've been here. One failed. I don't know if Jennifer, that other one, I haven't seen it, building permit yet. No, it's not. So there's been 2 that have come in recently that got approved with plans, and neither one of them to date have come in for permits. It's just a really difficult zoning to deal with 40% residential, 60% commercial. There's actually been 3. I think HomeWise did one too, but I think a C2 district has the same ability as a mixed use development without those limitations. It's a lot more flexible because, as Well said, it's performance based. So if you can fit in the infrastructure to support your development, you can definitely fit. You have a better chance of penciling it out so that you have a successful project.
Yeah, thank you. And I know that's been, I mean, again, these conversations around why C2 frequently shows up to rezone the mixed use. I look forward to hopefully eliminating the mixed use zoning in the upcoming code updates. And then to Councilor Garcia's point around the transition from industrial and our quote unquote heavy industrial area to residential. Obviously, staff has looked at that. I am curious about thoughts around that. We have seen, especially in this area, kind of almost like a mission creep in the industrial zones, where our industrial zones aren't really industrial. The amount of times that the code has been amended ad hoc that have added kind of non-industrial things into industrial. This has been a really big point of conversation because we are losing a lot of our industrial zones. And to Councilor Garcia's point, this is a problem. You know, I've brought it up with conversations around the general plan and our new future land use map, and how do we actually dictate what goes into these, because it seems to be a little illogical, I guess might be the best way to describe it. So thoughts on that transition and having residential so close to, I believe it's one of our I2 zones, a heavy industrial, correct?
Yes. This is a tough one to answer. So
I apologize.
without being opinionated, yes, light and heavy industrial uses are scarce commodity. in the very small city limits that we do have. But we, through the future land use or the new comp plan, we can explore where new viable options can be. I believe it would definitely, given the restriction of our city limits, this would definitely take a discussion with, I think, dare I say, the county, where, we pull resources together. Everyone benefits from industrial uses at a regional level, not just the city. So if it's going away, then we have to kind of put our efforts and heads together as decision makers to really make and preserve these. If people really think these are economic drivers, and keep great jobs, then we have to do that. But I think it will take more exploration, and it is difficult to see, right, economic powerhouse zones maybe be rezoned, but and
Yeah, I'll zone it in for you a little bit.
Thank
No pun intended. Looking at this particular area, is there concern from staff around the limitations that may occur in this particular industrial zone? My understanding, it's pretty darn developed. That putting in residential there, is it going to have that really negative impact on this area? Again, my recollection of this area is that it is pretty well developed at this point. We don't have these open industrial, this isn't going to be a place where we're all of a sudden going to be getting some hard manufacturing that's going to create some environmental challenges. Could happen because that's allowed in that area. But again, as we balance that, looking at the potential negative impacts to industrial if this rezone were to be approved. And I know it is a bit opinionated and you're taught not to be, so I apologize for that.
No, it's okay. And I mean, if there are environmental or nuisances that come off the industrial sites, those just go through the proper channels of being dealt with through our city. I mean, yeah, Dan.
Sorry, you'll get used to me.
Mayor, Councilor Cassett. So when you're looking, if I get this question correctly, you're wanting to know whether or not there's some compatibility between this project and the adjacent neighbor.
You said it perfectly. Thank you. Yes.
So the way the applicant has developed this project is they've placed the actual open space right adjacent to that industrial district. So you're not having any of those apartment complexes looking over or actually adjacent to that particular use adjacent to this property. So while it is an interesting combination of adjacent uses, typically large apartment complexes have been used in the past and currently today as a transition between heavier industrial, heavier commercial uses to help buffer those single family residentials behind them. And what this design has done is provided that level of buffering, engineering that open space away from the actual use in question so that it works with that area. And then globally in that whole area has been changing. We're getting more and more residential in that area, more and more commercial uses that have moved away from those heavy industrial or light industrial uses. It's gentrified, pushing out those industrial uses into other areas. So for this particular project, it does have a compatibility associated with that transition, buffering those residential uses adjacent to it on the other side.
Okay, awesome. Thank you so much, Dan. I appreciate it. And thank you for figuring out what I was trying to ask before I was able to figure it out. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilor Cassett. I see Counselor Castro's hand up.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, staff. Thank you to the applicant. Many of my questions have been asked and answered, but I did do some investigation and there are a couple complaints with the Environment Department. I am in communication, and Councilor Cassidy, if you want, I can forward you some of that information. It does make me feel better that there's going to be a setback because, and I'm sure throughout the process, as we've heard, there's going to be plenty of opportunity for community to give input. But I imagine there's going to be some sort of testing of the environment to make sure it's safe. And maybe the applicant already has plans for that.
Mayor Garcia, Councilor Castro, and councilors. Yes, we will be conducting environmental assessment of the property prior to proceeding with any construction. And we actually very strategically placed our parking area adjacent to our most kind of intense neighbor to the west, so we could pull the buildings away. And I think Mr. Escabel point around that whole concept of transitional mixed use is how do we transition between more intense uses to less intense uses? And that's what projects like this serve that. But yes, environmental testing will definitely occur.
Wonderful. And I think it is an investment that the city is going to do in transit and alternative transportation and multimodal. So I want everyone to understand that this is part of the plan. Similar to some other developments we've heard that want less density going into places that are not as dense. This is, as staff has just mentioned, a dense unit that will be close to commercial. We do need more commercial. Sorry, a lot of these questions have been asked and answered. Thank you to everyone for being wonderful. And I think that C2 is appropriate. As we saw on the map, there are parcels that are adjacent. Can you just touch one more time on the elevated height because of the green code and why that is necessary?
So thank you, Mayor Garcia, Councilor Castro. So for our purposes, I mean, I can let staff speak to the change in Chapter 14 that bumped the maximum heights a little bit, because it is about accommodating parapets that can hide solar panels on roofs. It's also the mechanical systems that require that level of space to, move mechanical systems through roofing systems. But I would let staff speak to that. But our heights are, for 2- and 3-story buildings are modest. And so we're not, looking at that necessarily. We're well within the 45 feet that is permissible in C2. So we're well below that.
Correct. And as you alluded to, if and when these plans were to be adopted after the update of the general plan, it would most likely be in compliance with what we're looking to do in the new general plan.
Yes.
So no further questions. Thank you all. It's been really informative, and we'll continue the work.
Thank you, Councilor Castro. Any other members of the governing body? I got a couple questions just to reflect some of the questions posed by the public. Can you speak to accessible parking?
Yes, Mayor Garcia. We are currently showing 8 accessible parking spaces, which includes a combination of van accessible, which has the wider loading aisle, and then traditional with a narrower loading aisle. And so, but like I said, there's a possibility under the new land development code that actually may be a higher number. I don't have those metrics, but when we come in with our development plan, that'll be considered by the Planning Commission. We will make sure we're compliant with that. But currently the master plan shows 8 spaces.
Okay, thank you. There was also a question from the public regarding traffic study recommendations. Can you expand on that?
Yes, absolutely. The traffic study recommended that we construct, as far as improvements, that we construct a dedicated right turn lane on Agua Fria Street. So that would be an additional off-site improvement that we would be constructing to serve the project. So those are the only recommendations relative to requisite improvements. And but the traffic studies, the findings found that we are able to maintain adequate levels of service within the roadway network post-construction.
Okay, thank you. Then in the document that Councilor Bustamante brought forward, which is Item E memo attachment 10 ENN meeting notes. Agua Fria multifamily ENN number 1 dated 1/24/24. It did pose a question around acequias. There are acequias on the property that need to be cared for. There was nothing in the comments section that reflect acequias on the property. So can we confirm from staff or from the applicant, are there acequias on the property? If there are, what are the plans to protect the acequias?
I'm happy to let staff speak to that, but what I can share with you is we will be conducting an archaeological study of the property, which has not yet been conducted. So that will tell us, because my honest answer right now is I don't know. And I think the residents in that surrounding area, they know that property honestly better than I do. I mean, I've been on it many times, but we will be conducting an archaeological survey to determine what is present on the property.
Okay, but so given that there are a recommendation for approval, what happens in the instance there is an acequia?
It depends. It depends on whether or not that is something that is eligible to the National Register or not. Oftentimes what happens with acequias, it's really about the documentation and having something documented, the history of it documented, having it mapped, having it surveyed. And so oftentimes that's really the approach. It's not necessarily you can't touch it forever, but we want to document it and we want to understand it and as it relates to the history of this area. So sometimes that's the direction. I've been developing property in Santa Fe for longer than I care to admit. And typically these kind of old remnant acequias, the city and the state are very interested in having them documented for posterity and for it's an educational and it's a historical record of that acequia.
Okay. Dan, I got a question for you. So what happens in the instance that this gets approved tonight through a historic archaeological review? It is uncovered that there was an acequia or is an acequia on the property. It's eligible to be recognized on the National Register. What then happens with this proposal? And given that it's already been approved by the governing body?
Mayor, members of the council, or governing body, it'll have to go through the archaeological review. They will decide exactly what kind of process if something is found, will have to be either preserved or documented. The applicant will be required to adhere to any of those requirements prior to building permit.
Okay. Just want to make sure that there are checks and balances in place. So thank you, Mr. Esquivel. Those are all the questions I had. Any other further questions from governing body members? Hearing none, we will go ahead and close the public hearing portion of this meeting and open it up for any comments or potential motion by governing body members. Councilor Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Going back to the transition, there's a reason why people come and ask for a C2 because it's the most lucrative, most open. You can do a lot of things with C2, especially anywhere from having a commercial business to provide housing such as this. And I guess one of my concerns mostly is that, how will it affect the surrounding property owners? And again, I'm gonna allude back to the salvage yard that's right next door. It's a recycling center. And it's pretty heavily used and there's a lot of oils and environmental impact and things of that nature. And so my only concern would be is putting a development like this because, well, the development won't go unless we make the change to the zoning code. The zoning map, then again, we're piecemealing it. Would this fit? And I just want to go back to this. Would this fit in the new general plan once it is, once it goes through the whole process? And it's who knows when that's going to finish, but pushing out these industrial uses, which was stated, we are starting to encroach on pushing out a lot of these usages of industrial that are very vital to our community and the region. And so I would hope that if this does pass, that there are any kind of protections that can be put on all it takes, and hopefully they're good neighbors once it's built out, that there's not complaints against the current zoning in regards to some of the businesses that are there that have been there for many, many years. So I do agree that we need the development of housing and we need the usages of this, but that's one of my major concerns. So if it's the will of the governing body to say yes to this zoning change, because the development can't go forward without us just focusing on that piece first. And so I'll just leave it at that, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Counselor. Any other comments from governing body members? What's the will of the body? Counselor Cass.
I get those motions back up. I would like to move to approve. Hold on. Let me get to the agenda. Move to approve bill number 2025-24, which is be a bill rezoning tract of land located at 2768 Agua Fria from mixed use to C2 general commercial.
Second.
So we've got a motion and a second. Is there any discussion on this motion? Seeing or hearing none, Madam City Clerk, can we get a roll call vote, please?
Yes, Mayor. Counselor Barrett,
Yes.
Counselor Bustamante,
Yes.
Counselor Cassett,
Yes.
Counselor Castro,
Yes.
Counselor Chavez, Counselor Faulkner, Counselor Fagali,
Yes.
Counselor Garcia.
Yes.
Motion has passed.
Okay, so that addresses item A. We still have consideration of resolution number 2026 to be yet named. Is there discussion on this proposal? If not, what's the will of the body?
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to move to approve the resolution that will adopt a master plan for a tract of land located at 2768 Agua Fria Road.
Second.
So we have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion on the motion? Counselor Fagali.
Mr. Mayor, I would like to bring forth a technical amendment that was recommended by staff. The date in the footnotes for the effective date of all of the changes in Chapter 14 is actually January 1st, 2026, and not November 24th, 2025. Staff has created a amendment that was emailed to us. So I would move to approve that amendment.
Second.
So we've got a motion to approve amendment A and a second. Any discussion on the amendment? Seeing or hearing none, Madam City Clerk, can we get a roll call vote on the amendment, please?
Yes, Mayor. Counselor Bustamante,
Yes.
Counselor Cassett,
Yes.
Counselor Castro,
Yes.
Counselor Chavez,
Yes.
Counselor Faulkner,
Yes.
Counselor Fagali,
Yes.
Counselor Garcia,
Yes.
and Counselor Barrett.
Yes.
Motion passed.
Okay, so the amendment is approved. Any further discussion on the amended motion or the resolution that has now been amended? Seeing or hearing none, Madam City Clerk, can I get a roll call vote, please?
Certainly, Mayor. Counselor Cassett,
Yes.
Counselor Castro,
Yes.
Counselor Chavez, Counselor Faulkner,
Yes.
Counselor Fagali,
Yes.
Counselor Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Barrett, Counselor Bustamante.
Yes.
Motion passed.
Okay, so that concludes the actions for this item. Madam City Clerk, can we move forward to the next agenda item, please?
Yes, Mayor. Next item is 21 appointments. 21A is appointment to the Audit Committee. Laylee Lee, appointment with a term ending November 2029.
Move to approve.
Okay, so we got a motion to
Second.
approve and a second. Any discussion on the appointment? Yes, Counselor Cassett.
Thank you. I have one question, just looking at the expression of interest, and I am hoping that either yourself or somebody from the audit committee had the ability to speak with Miss Lee around her availability and when the audit committee meets. It does say that, and she sounds, her experience sounds wonderful. We should maybe even change the meeting times to, to accommodate. But it does say that she is available to volunteer in the evenings and Fridays and could also support tasks as needed on the weekends. I don't know when the Internal Audit Committee typically meets and if that has been discussed, but she is very clearly stating her availability at this time.
We can confirm with her that there will not be a conflict. So should that be the case, then we'll have to ask for her to consider her potential appointment.
Okay, I'm happy to approve her because again, she looks fabulous and like somebody that could really be a benefit, but wasn't sure if that had already been addressed. Thank you.
Sure. Any other comments or questions from the committee? Hearing or seeing none, Madam City Clerk, can we get a roll call vote, please?
Yes, Mayor. Counselor Castro?
Yes.
Counselor Chavez? Counselor Faulkner?
Yes.
Counselor Fagali?
Yes.
Counselor Garcia?
Yes.
Counselor Barrett? Counselor Bustamante?
Yes.
Counselor Cassett?
Yes.
Motion is approved.
Thank you, Madam City Clerk. I believe we've finished the agenda. So with that, we are adjourned.